Chapter 30:16. The butterfly race was born weak and it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate. Most living beings of other races had the strength to kill them easily. From the moment Dai Yu was born, there were too many living beings in this world that could make her feel fear. She grew and cultivated carefully as if she was in the abyss. Looking back on her life, she had experienced countless dangers along the way. Every time she defeated an opponent or a race, she would overcome her fear bit by bit until she finally overcame it. When she stood at the peak of the 3,000 worlds and defeated all living beings of the 10,000 races, there was no other living being in this world that could make her feel fear. Just now, after countless baptisms of blood and countless life and death situations, she had tempered a powerful and fearless heart. The blood moons on her wings were condensed from the blood of the 10,000 races. You guys can go and bring him back. Emperor Green Flame waved his hand. Lu Su Demon the Arch and the 7 constellations of the east immediately moved and headed out of the great wilderness domain. Dai Yu and Emperor Bai Yu had only clashed once and the void of the great wilderness domain had already shattered. It was difficult to build a space tunnel here. Dai Yu moved and charged towards Lu Su Demon the Arch and the others. Kill! Emperor Bai Yu roared and shook the heavens and earth. His white tiger blood surged and activated his bloodline phenomenon. His killing intent was torrential as he leaped and pounced towards Dai Yu. Boom! Emperor Bai Yu was forced back once more. He was shocked and furious. He had already revealed his true form and activated his bloodline phenomenon. Yet, he was still no match for this butterfly in close combat. Apart from Lu Su Demon the Arch who had just left, the remaining 6-7 constellations of the west saw that Emperor Bai Yu was at a disadvantage and pounced forward, afraid that he would be in danger. Kisu Demon the Arch transformed into a heavenly wolf. Stomach Demon the Arch transformed into a green pheasant. Angsu Demon the Arch transformed into a golden pheasant. Baisu Demon the Arch transformed into a Baifeng fiery bird. Luo Su Demon the Arch transformed into a spirit monkey. Guang Su Demon the Arch transformed into a long-armed sanguine ape. Roar! Kiki! The howls of wolves, roosters, and apes echoed throughout the world. The 6 western constellations of the west revealed their true forms and their auras surged. They joined forces with Emperor Bai Yu to attack Dai Yu. Boom! 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 Dai Yu fought 1 against 7, and one of them was a peak emperor of the White Tiger bloodline. In close combat, she still had the upper hand. She fought her way out of the Great Wasteland domain, withstanding the attacks of the 7 peak demon thearchs. How did this butterfly cultivate to be so strong? Demon Emperor Yen Luo frowned slightly. They lived in the heavenly court and possessed the bloodline of holy beasts. They were blessed with a unique cultivation environment and limitless cultivation resources. That was why they could reach where they were today. What does this blood butterfly have? If we don't make a move, I'm afraid Bai Yu and the others won't be able to hold on. Demon Emperor Xianchen suddenly said. Monarch Qing Yen chuckled and said, Bai Yu just wanted to test this blood butterfly. If we go up now, we'll disturb his mood. He had suffered greatly under Dai Yu's hands. Now that he saw Monarch Bai Yu suffer, he finally found some balance and felt much better. It's just a butterfly. There's no need to trouble all of you to come forward. We'll naturally share your worries. Immediately, a peak emperor of the celestial worship world stepped forward. When they saw that Dai Yu was alone, they were worried that they wouldn't have a chance to perform. Seeing that Monarch Bai Yu and the others were at a disadvantage, they quickly volunteered. Monarch Qing Yen looked at Monarch Xianchen and Monarch Yen Luo and said with a smile, It's good to let them go up and train. We'll hold the fort here. There's no need to rush into action. Monarch Xianchen and Monarch Yen Luo nodded. 6 Peak Emperor of the Celestial Worship World charged forward. One of them revealed his true form. It was a burly redbone horse monkey. He beat his chest and stomped his feet as he charged forward. 6 Peak Emperor Lords, 6 Starry Constellation Imperial Lords, and Monarch Baiyu. A total of 13 Peak Emperor Lords surrounded Daiyu. This great battle caused the surrounding starry sky to collapse, and numerous starry black holes burst forth. However, the black holes couldn't devour the dozen or so Emperor Lords. 13 Peak Emperor Lords couldn't suppress that blood-red figure. Every time Daiyu attacked, she would create a terrifying storm that swept through space and tore everything apart. If a Peak Emperor Lord was careless, they would be injured. Boom! 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 Monarch Baiyu and the others finally couldn't hold on any longer and released their Great Perfection Worlds. White Tiger Sky, Yin-Yang Sky, Burning Sky, Daybreak Sky. 13 Great Perfection Worlds appeared out of nowhere, supporting a large area of the starry sky. It was earth-shattering, and even the stars in the sky trembled. Some stars couldn't withstand this power and exploded on the spot, turning into dust. Whoosh! Daiyu also released her Great Perfection Grotto Heaven. Countless butterfly figures appeared inside. They flapped their wings and created a terrifying storm that tore apart the surrounding 13 worlds. Fortunately, this level of battle happened outside the Great Desolation World. Otherwise, the entire Great Desolation World would be reduced to nothing. The remaining Celestial Worship World's Emperor Lords were mostly peerless or ordinary Emperor Lords. When they saw Monarch Baiyu and the others blocking Daiyu head-on, they wanted to take the opportunity to show off and attacked. Kill! The Celestial Worship World's Emperor Lord stepped forward and released their Great Perfection Worlds. Dozens of worlds enveloped down, and all the power of the world surged in one direction, the blood-colored figure in the center. Normally speaking, the Great Perfection Worlds released by ordinary and peerless Emperor Lords were almost no threat to Daiyu. However, there were 13 peerless Emperor Lords blocking Daiyu's frontal attack, and dozens of Emperor Lords constantly attacking. No matter how strong Daiyu was, she couldn't withstand the siege of so many Emperor Lords. Not long after, her storm world couldn't bear the burden and was on the verge of collapse. The biting cold storm inside was suppressed and gradually calmed down. At this moment, 5 huge spirit ships tore through the sky from the distant horizon. They were extremely fast. Monarch Qing Yen was overjoyed when he saw the figures standing on the 5 spirit ships. The 5 spirit ships were the Divine Elephant Demon the Arch, the 9-tailed Demon the Arch, and the others who had escaped from the Great Desolation World. They were riding on spirit ships with billions of Eastern Wilderness living beings. They couldn't escape Lu Su's perception and were quickly caught up. Whether it was the Divine Elephant Demon the Arch or the 9-tailed Demon the Arch, they were only peerless Emperor Lords. They couldn't withstand Lu Su's attacks at all. After a short exchange, they were severely injured. Their worlds were shattered, and they were casually thrown onto the bow of the spirit ship. Once a Emperor Lord's world was shattered, their battle strength would decrease sharply. Without Genesis Chi or Origin Stones, it was extremely difficult to repair it. Ha ha ha. Monarch Qing Yen laughed loudly and said, "Shui Dai, none of the Eastern Wilderness living beings you're protecting can escape from me." Daiyu also noticed the scene in the distance, and her expression turned cold. A pair of huge wings vaguely appeared behind her, and a blood-colored full moon appeared on them. Chapter 30:17. The Divine Elephant Demon the Arch, 9-tailed Demon the Arch, and the others' worlds were shattered, and they were covered in injuries. They were trampled under the feet of Demon the Arch Lu Su and the others, unable to struggle. They looked at Daiyu, who was surrounded by dozens of imperial emperors, and their eyes dimmed. In the ferry boat, the faces of the billions of Eastern Wilderness living beings were also filled with fear. Everyone thought of the harsh words that Imperial Emperor Qing Yen had said before he left. They all had a premonition of what kind of ending they would face. Dai Yu looked at this scene and suddenly let out a long howl. The howl contained boundless killing intent that pierced through metal, shattered stone, and pierced through the boundless sea of stars. It seemed as if it could reach the heavens and lead to the depths of hell. In the next moment, Dai Yu revealed her true form. In the world behind her, a huge blood-colored butterfly appeared. This blood-colored butterfly seemed to have merged with her true form. In the starry sky, 2 red moons appeared eerily. "Be careful." Imperial Emperor Qing Yen saw this scene and hurriedly shouted, "This is her forbidden technique. What's there to be afraid of?" Imperial Emperor Bai Yu sneered in his heart. He had the White Tiger bloodline and knew a forbidden technique. Now, a few tens of imperial monarchs had made a move. So, what sort of storm could this butterfly possibly cause by relying on a single forbidden technique? Suddenly, the blood-colored butterfly's wings trembled slightly. Woo! In the starry sky, an endless storm swept in all directions, destroying all life. It was unstoppable. No one could describe how terrifying this forbidden technique was. This forbidden technique even tore open wounds on Dai Yu's wings, making them drip with blood. The blood merged into the storm and turned into a blood-colored storm that swept thousands of miles of the starry sky. This blood-colored storm looked exceptionally poignant under the illumination of the red moon. White Tiger Army Seal. Imperial Emperor Bai Yu's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he used the white tiger's blood to condense a tiger talisman and released it. The blood-colored tiger talisman scattered in the starry sky, and the scattered white tiger bloodline quickly transformed into thousands of murderous soldiers with swords and spears in their hands. This was condensed from the white tiger's blood, and it contained the white tiger's Tao of slaughter. Even a peak sovereign emperor wouldn't be able to withstand the swarm of an army. In the blink of an eye, they would be swallowed whole and torn to shreds. Although the other imperial emperors didn't know forbidden arts, they hurriedly activated their primordial spirits and pushed the power of the world to the limit. The crimson moon storm swept out in all directions. No one was spared from the moonlight. The dozens of celestial emperors were the first to bear the brunt of the moonlight. Although Imperial Lord Bai Yu and the other 13 peak Imperial Lords and many peerless Imperial Lords had withstood almost all of the damage from the Crimson Moon Storm, there were still traces of the blood-colored storm drifting out. This was the power of the Tao of Wind, and it was all-pervasive. Puff! 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 Even ordinary Imperial Emperors would not be able to withstand the slightest wisp of the blood-colored storm. Almost instantly, the worlds of 5 ordinary Imperial Emperors shattered. Their bodies were torn apart by the bloody storm, and their primordial spirits were destroyed. They died on the spot. Under the siege of dozens of Emperor Realm experts, Dai Yu's powerful counterattack still killed 5 Emperor Realm experts. The remaining Imperial Emperors of the Celestial Tribute World were shocked and panicked. Crack! 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 The moment the army condensed from the blood of the white tiger descended, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Cracks appeared on the bodies of the soldiers and war horses. Even Imperial Lord Bai Yu's forbidden art could not withstand the Crimson Moon Storm. Of course, Dai Yu's condition worsened as well. Her storm world was covered with a touch of blood and was on the verge of collapse. Her wings were already stained red with blood. Roar! A dragon roar reverberated through the clouds. Seeing that Imperial Lord Bai Yu and the others could not withstand it, Imperial Lord Azure Flame no longer hesitated and transformed into his true form. His 10,000 feet long dragon body coiled above the cosmos. Opening his dragon mouth, he channeled his essence spirit and condensed a Tao art. He spat out a terrifying dragon breath towards Dai Yu that surged like a tide. Within this dragon breath, there were even green flames burning. The green flames had clearly exceeded the scope of the power of the world and had come into contact with the existence of the Tao. A second forbidden art. The sanguine storm gradually subsided. 2 forbidden arts, together with 14 peak imperial lords, dozens of peerless imperial lords and ordinary imperial lords, finally suppressed Daiyu's Crimson Moon Storm. Sigh. A sigh could be heard billions of miles away from this starry sky. It's over. I didn't expect the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress to hold on until now by herself. She withstood the siege of dozens of imperial lords and even killed 5 of them. Among the imperial lords of the myriad races, who is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with her? The number 1 person below the great emperor. What a pity. In the cosmos, several divine will fluctuations flashed. When the old man with the iron crown and the 2 old men saw this, they shook their heads with complicated expressions. To bully others to this extent, really, let's go back. The old man with the iron crown sighed. That blood butterfly's fate was sealed. They wanted to help, but they were powerless and could not bear to continue watching. In the starry sky in other directions, some imperial emperors also gradually retreated and disappeared. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Some imperial lords were worried that if they stayed to watch the battle, they would attract the hostility of the celestial tribute world. This is the terror of the celestial tribute world. So, no matter what, don't become enemies with the celestial tribute world. That blood butterfly demon empress is extremely talented and powerful, but what happened to her? Didn't she die in the end? Some people stayed, wanting to see the outcome of the Great Desolation World. On the battlefield outside the Great Desolation World, Daiyu returned to her human form, but her face was pale. Only the color of his blood-red robe was darker, and the color of blood was even more intense. The storm world behind Daiyu had already collapsed. She could no longer fight. Emperor Azure Flame looked down at Daiyu, who was in the center of the battlefield, with a hint of smugness and coldness in his eyes. I told you. Emperor Azure Flame said slowly, I will slaughter all the beings in the eastern wilderness and use their blood to pay tribute to the soul of the Mansion of the Horn. And all this disaster is because of you and that Araki Takashi. At this point, Emperor Azure Flame seemed to think of something and suddenly frowned. No, there's still one person missing. Where's that Araki Takashi? Emperor Azure Flame looked at Lu Su Demon Empress and asked loudly. Lu Su Demon Empress was a bit confused. I sniffed carefully just now. Only 5 auras escaped from the Great Desolation World, and we've already caught them. Impossible. Emperor Azure Flame shook his head and looked at Daiyu. Shuedai, where's Araki Takashi? Daiyu smiled faintly and said nothing. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Qing Yen suddenly laughed. His eyes were full of mockery. Last time, didn't you join hands and fight side by side? Why are you the only one left today? That Araki Takashi is so powerful. He killed my subordinate, the Mansion of the Horn, and caused a disaster, but now he's escaped alone. Ha ha ha. You're about to die, and he's not back yet. You still want to protect him? Daiyu's expression was indifferent, and her heart was calm. Why are you talking to this bitch? Kill her first. Monarch Yen Luo urged impatiently from the side. Who are you cursing? At this moment, a man's voice sounded in the sky. Chapter 30:18. Daiyu turned around when she heard that familiar voice. Beside her, the starry sky silently collapsed, forming a black hole, and a figure walked out from within. Purple robes, black hair and a silver mask. He had returned. Daiyu suddenly laughed as though she thought of something. Who are you scolding? Back when her spirit consciousness descended upon Tianhuang mainland, she seemed to have said something similar as well. You broke through? Daiyu asked. The Dao technique that Wu Dao's true body cultivated was special such that even she could not tell his exact cultivation realm. Wu Dao's true body nodded. To be precise, he had only broken through halfway. Wu Dao's domain had indeed improved and entered the Emperor realm, forming a world of his own. However, the essence martial grotto heaven was slightly lacking. He did not encounter any bottleneck, merely that he was in too much of a rush and lacked accumulation. Furthermore, he sensed the danger of the vast wilderness and returned from the underworld river. Even though he had only broken through halfway, it meant that he had entered the Emperor realm and was a true Imperial Lord expert. I'm late. Wu Dao's true body could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw Daiyu injured and her world shattered. If he had not drifted down the underworld river for 100 years, Daiyu might not have been bullied so badly. You're back just in time. Daiyu smiled with a gentleness that had never been seen before in her eyes. I still have some strength left. Let's go together. Actually, Daiyu's storm world was shattered and her forbidden skill dissipated. She did not have much combat strength left. Furthermore, she had just fought dozens of Imperial Lords and expended a lot of energy. She was at the end of her tether. In Daiyu's opinion, even if Su Zimo returned, it would be useless and he would still die. Since that was the case, she would die with Su Zimo in battle so that she could die with no regrets in this life. The moment she said that, she was already prepared to die. As though he could sense her intentions when he saw the determination in Daiyu's eyes, Wu Dao's true body smiled and nodded as well. Holding Daiyu's hand, he said, let's go together. Although they were saying the same thing, the two of them were thinking about two completely different situations. Araki Takashi. To think that he would dare to return, the nine-tailed demon emperor, who was sitting on the bow of the immortal boat, had a complicated expression on her face when she saw that figure. Was this person really that stupid? 100 imperial monarchs. How dare he come back? Although she had scolded Araki Takashi for being a coward and running away before the battle, when she really saw Araki Takashi return at this time, an indescribable anger welled up in her heart. This is Araki Takashi. Many imperial emperors of the celestial realm frowned. Logically speaking, this part of the starry sky had just been shattered, and others could not use spatial teleportation. How did this Araki Takashi arrive here directly? Araki Takashi. After Wu Dao's original body appeared, he only cared about talking to Daiyu. He completely ignored the close to 100 Emperor realm experts present. Emperor Qing Yan's face was gloomy. He couldn't stand it anymore. You dare to come back? Good, very good. Emperor Qing Yan nodded. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He's Araki Takashi. Emperor Baiyu raised his eyebrows and sized up Wu Dao's original body, but couldn't see anything special. He curled his lips and said, just a human ant. Emperor Yen Luo couldn't help but sneer. He raised his head and said, Araki Takashi, you're asking me who I'm scolding, right? I'll tell you now. I'm scolding the bitch beside you. What do you want? Kill you. Only now did Wu Dao's original body turn around and look at Emperor Yen Luo and the others. Kill me? Emperor Yen Luo seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Araki Takashi and said, do you know who I am? A human ant like you wants to kill me? The 7 constellations of the south behind Emperor Yen Luo also laughed. I don't know who you are. Wu Dao's original body said indifferently, I only know that no one can save you today. How dare you? How arrogant. Before Monarch Yen Luo could react, a few monarchs from the celestial worship world stepped forward and shouted. They had followed. Although they had joined forces with Emperor Baiyu and the others to fight Daiyu, they hadn't done much. They were worried that they wouldn't have a chance to contribute. Now that Araki Takashi had appeared, how could they miss such a good opportunity? They were all eager to try. The 3 celestial emperors charged forward immediately. 2 were ordinary celestial emperors and 1 was a peerless celestial emperor. The 3 celestial emperors split into 3 groups. They didn't underestimate their opponent and each held up a world to suppress him. Wu Dao's original body didn't even look at them. He just shouted. Scram! Boom! This shout rang in the ears of the 3 celestial emperors. It was like a thunderclap. The 3 celestial emperors froze. Their eyes widened and their expressions stiffened. There was only endless fear left in their eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the 3 celestial emperors' worlds and they instantly collapsed. Then, under everyone's gaze, the 3 celestial emperors' bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed and their Tao dissipated. Hiss! The celestial emperors outside the battlefield gasped when they saw this scene. Emperor Qing Yan had seen Wu Dao's original body before, but this still made his heart tremble. A casual shout had killed 3 celestial emperors. One of them was even a peerless celestial emperor. This kind of explosive power was a little too terrifying. Some celestial emperors in the celestial emperor world who were about to make a move temporarily stopped. Araki Takashi's combat strength was probably on par with Xue Dai. If there weren't so many peak celestial emperors in front, the remaining ordinary and peerless celestial emperors wouldn't dare to act rashly. Wu Dao's original body's attention wasn't on those people at all. His gaze was still fixed on Emperor Yen Luo. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wu Dao's original body moved and appeared in front of Emperor Yen Luo in an instant. His speed was too fast. Wu Dao's original body was still holding Dai Yu's hand. Even when he was carrying someone, he could still erupt with such speed. Moreover, no one expected that Araki Takashi would dare to directly attack Emperor Yen Luo with so many celestial emperors and more than 30 peak celestial emperors present. You're courting death. Emperor Yen Luo's reaction was also very fast. She shouted and her blood surged. Behind her, a vermilion bird that was bathed in boiling lava appeared and let out a long cry. It emitted a scorching heat that could split apart everything. Wu Dao's original body's gaze was calm. He didn't care what Emperor Yen Luo did and simply waved his hand and punched. It was a simple and ordinary punch. It was an extremely ordinary fist technique, straightforward and direct. However, this punch instantly attracted everyone's attention. The starry sky was collapsing. An unstoppable aura and will descended, suppressing everything. The vermilion bird avatar behind Emperor Yen Luo let out a long cry, but it turned into a sad cry. Boom! A loud explosion erupted in the starry sky. The huge vermilion bird was shattered by Wu Dao's original body with a single punch. Emperor Yen Luo was sent flying. Her face was pale and she spat out blood. The fragments of her armor were mixed with her blood. She was in a miserable state. End of chapter. Chapter 30:19. Empress Yen Luo's face turned pale. She was shocked and furious. If it wasn't for the armor she was wearing, which blocked half of the damage, she would have died from this punch alone. All the imperial emperors were in an uproar when they saw this scene. What kind of power was that? Empress Yen Luo was a peak imperial emperor and had the vermilion bird bloodline. Yet, she was half dead from Araki Takashi's punch. It's only been 200 years, but his battle strength has reached such a level. Empress Azure Flame's expression was grave as the killing intent in her eyes intensified. The last time, Araki Takashi had to put in a lot of effort to kill the horned mansion demon the Arch. But now, he was so powerful with just one punch. Wu Dao's true body injured Empress Yen Luo with one punch and didn't show any mercy. He strode forward and chased after Empress Yen Luo's body that was sent flying. He looked down from above and stomped down with a torrential aura. Boom! Before his foot even touched Monarch Yen Luo's body, the surrounding space had already shattered and collapsed. Wu Dao's true body wanted to stomp Empress Yen Luo to death. Dai Yu followed beside Wu Dao's true body. When she saw him leave 2 ravines in space with a single step, she couldn't help but recall some of the past and was a little dazed. Empress Yen Luo was shocked. What was Araki Takashi trying to do? Was he trying to kill her with 1 punch and 1 kick? She had just been punched by Wu Dao's true body and her bloodline avatar had collapsed. Her essence spirit had also suffered an impact and she couldn't condense Dao arts for the time being. Splash! At that moment, the tide surged and the vast Milky Way surged over. It shone with a resplendent light and instantly swallowed Empress Yen Luo's body. At the same time, a huge divine beast appeared on the surface of the river. It looked like a tortoise and a snake coiled together. Its eyes shone with a dark divine light and it had a thick armor on its back, protecting Empress Yen Luo. Empress Xian Can had transformed into her black tortoise body and arrived in time. Bang! Wu Dao's true body stomped on Empress Xian Can's tortoise shell with a dull thud. This thick and ancient tortoise shell could withstand almost all damage. It was the Black Tortoise clan's most powerful defensive technique. Even so, abstruse Ginseng Demon Monarch's body was still sinking. His chest felt heavy and his vision turned black. The power of this stomp was so ferocious that even the tortoise shell on his back couldn't completely dissolve it. At the same time, Imperial Emperor Qing Yen and Imperial Emperor Bai Yu both reverted to their true forms and unleashed fierce attacks on Wu Dao's true body. Dragon Tail and Tiger Claws came one after another. Wu Dao himself did not dodge. With one hand holding Dai Yu and the other clenched into a fist, he threw out 2 punches. Boom! The fist landed on the dragon's tail, and the 1,000 zhang-long dragon's body shook violently. Countless green dragon scales fell off, and blood dripped everywhere. Boom! The second punch landed on the white tiger's claw. Emperor Bai Yu cried out in pain. The palm of this tiger claw had been punched into a bloody mess by Wu Dao's true body. He could not feel his entire white tiger arm. With his strength alone, Wu Dao's true body repelled 4 peak imperial lords with the bloodlines of sacred beasts with 3 punches and a kick. He was invincible. When she saw that, Dai Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with hope once more. She exerted some strength, wanting to break free from the grip of Wu Dao's true body. However, Wu Dao's true body seemed to have sensed her intentions and gripped even tighter. What are you doing? In the midst of the battle, Wu Dao's true body did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. Instead, he turned around and asked with a hint of a smile in the depths of his eyes. You won't be able to unleash your full strength with me by your side. Dai Yu frowned slightly and looked at him in annoyance with a hint of reproach and helplessness in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wu Dao's true body burst into laughter and looked down at the imperial lords. A single hand is enough to deal with them. All the imperial monarchs were infuriated when they heard this, and they flared up with rage. It was one thing for Araki Takashi to tug at Dai Yu during the battle. But now, he was even spouting nonsense and ignoring all the imperial lords present. This was truly condescending and arrogant to the extreme. Dai Yu wanted to say something but hesitated with a hint of worry in her eyes. She knew her situation very well. Although she still had some strength, her combat strength was greatly reduced and she could not help Wu Dao's true body at all. On the other hand, there were close to 100 imperial lords left and more than 30 of them were peak imperial lords. Among those peak imperial lords, there might be some who knew forbidden arts or had other powerful trump cards. Dai Yu was worried that she would implicate Wu Dao's true body. As though he could see the worry in Dai Yu's heart, Wu Dao's true body said with a smile, "We just said that we'll go together. Why are you going back on your words now?" Dai Yu sighed internally and stopped struggling. Earlier on, she was thinking of the two of them dying in battle together. But now, it seemed like Wu Dao's true body wanted to bring her along to kill. Of course, the reason why Wu Dao's true body insisted on bringing Dai Yu along was not because he wanted to flirt with her. He wasn't that ridiculous. It was just that Dai Yu was severely injured and there were close to 100 imperial lords eyeing her covetously. If he left Dai Yu aside, her life might be in danger if he was careless. Only by keeping Dai Yu by his side would he be able to protect her. You're still spouting nonsense when you're about to die. Kill! Emperor Qing Yan shouted and waved his arm. Boom! The 28 imperial lords and dozens of imperial lords of the celestial tribute world attacked at the same time. Countless divine weapons tore through the air. Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Bai Yu, Emperor Xian Can, and Emperor Yan Luo charged forward once more. The four of them were filled with killing intent, but they did not release their perfected worlds. To them, they had the bloodlines of sacred beasts and there was no way a lowly human before them could fight against them in melee combat. And it was 1 against 4. Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Bai Yu, and Emperor Xian Can all revealed their sacred beasts. Together with the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise bloodline avatars, their auras reached their peak. The strange thing was that although Emperor Yan Luo had the vermilion bird bloodline, he did not transform into his vermilion bird form. Heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the workmanship, yin and yang as the charcoal, and all things as the copper, Wu Dao's true body let out a long chant. Boom! A huge furnace appeared around him. It almost broke through the heavens and earth and contained thousands of miles of stars. Inside, flames burned fiercely and shot into the sky. Bloodline Avatar, Heaven and Earth Furnace. Clang! 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 Many divine weapons descended but could not touch Wu Dao's true body. They only hit the Heaven and Earth Furnace before collapsing. Some ordinary Imperial Lord weapons did not even have the chance to be retracted after hitting the Heaven and Earth Furnace. They were fiery red and turned into molten iron in a few breaths' time. With just the Heaven and Earth Furnace, Wu Dao's true body isolated the 28 lunar mansions and dozens of Imperial Lords from the Celestial Reverence realm. Of course, the Heaven and Earth Furnace could not last for long. At most, 10 breaths' time. For Wu Dao's true body, 10 breaths' time was more than enough. When Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Bai Yu, Emperor Xian Can, and Emperor Yan Luo closed in, they suddenly realized that there were no helpers around them. Everyone was isolated from the world by the blazing furnace that was burning red and seemed to be able to break through the sky. At this moment, the endless flames in front of them suddenly shot out 2 beams of divine light. Wu Dao's true body made a move. End of chapter. Chapter 30-20. At this moment, the Arch-Azure Flame and the other 3 panicked and their auras weakened. With Wu Dao's combat talent, how could he miss this opportunity? Whoosh! Wu Dao's true body took a deep breath and circulated his bloodline. He activated the Heaven and Earth Furnace and stepped forward. In an instant, he raised his hand and punched out 4 times. Bang! The 4 punches collided with the attacks of the Arch-Azure Flame and the other 3. Only a deafening sound was heard. The starry sky shook. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. After a short pause, the 4 figures were sent flying and crashed into the walls of the Heaven and Earth Furnace before falling down. Ah! The 4 screamed. The walls of the Heaven and Earth Furnace had long been burned red. Even ordinary the arch weapons could be melted. Although the 4 bodies with the bloodlines of sacred beasts were not burned to ashes, thick smoke billowed from their charred bodies. They were in a sorry state. The 4 spat out blood, but they did not dare to stay. They hurriedly got up and looked at the terrifying figure approaching in the flames with shock. They had originally wanted to use Wu Dao's attack to leave the battlefield and join forces with the other imperial emperors to attack together. Who would have thought that this heaven and earth smelt would isolate the four of them from the monarchs outside? The imperial emperors outside could not rush in, so they could not escape either. The Arch-Azure Flame and the other three looked at each other and quickly calmed down. Whether it was them or the 28 lunar mansions outside, they still had other trump cards and contingencies. Kill! The Arch-Azure Flame and the other three joined forces again and shouted as they took out their destiny-divine weapons. It had to be said that the four of them had the bloodlines of sacred beasts and had strong vitality. Even after being punched twice by Wu Dao's true body, they were not injured at all and still had decent combat strength. Roar! Screech! Roar! Roar! The Arch-Azure Flame opened his dragon mouth and spat out a green spear covered in dragon scales. The spearhead was sharp and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Emperor Yen Luo waved his hand and took out a scarlet feather fan, accompanied by the cry of a vermilion bird. Emperor Baiyu opened his mouth and spat out a ray of white light. It was a bone saber made of white bones. It was filled with a murderous aura and killing intent. Emperor Xianchen took out a thick and heavy pitch-black armor. There were sharp spikes on the back of the armor that could be used for both offense and defense. Dragon Lance, Bone Saber, Feather Fan, Tortoise Shell. The four divine weapons pierced through the air, accompanied by the cries of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and ghosts. But at the same time that the four divine weapons descended, the roars of four divine beasts also sounded from Wu Dao's original body, reverberating through the starry sky. The glabella of Wu Dao's main body flickered, and an ancient bronze square cauldron broke through space and descended. Dazzling divine light flickered on the walls of the cauldron. The four holy souls of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise were awakened at the same time, and they transformed into giant figures that roared toward the sky. Just in time. Wu Dao's main body snorted coldly. He was about to use the bloodlines of the four divine beasts to reconstruct the hell-suppressing cauldron. The hell-suppressing cauldron was originally an Emperor divine weapon. However, after it was shattered, the four holy souls fell into a deep sleep one after another, and their power was greatly reduced. They were no longer as powerful as before. Although it had been repaired and tempered in Wu Dao's domain all year round, it still lacked some key opportunities and was unable to return to its peak. That opportunity was the bloodlines of the four divine beasts. In the 3,000 worlds, be it the Dragon World or the Wudong World, there were no divine beasts' bloodlines. Only the heavenly court existed. Wu Dao's main body was almost certain that the Infernal Emperor must have killed the clansmen of the heavenly court's divine beasts when he forged this hell-suppressing cauldron back then. However, there were also legends and many signs that the Infernal Emperor had once become enemies with the Infernal Court and suppressed the Lord of Hell. He couldn't figure out the ins and outs of this matter. The Dragon Lance, Bone Saber, Feather Fan, and Tortoise Shell had just descended when they were suppressed by the hell-suppressing cauldron. Then, they were all swallowed by the hell-suppressing cauldron. Inside the heaven and earth furnace, flames burned as it began to reforge the hell-suppressing cauldron. Wu Dao's main body stepped forward again. Borrowing the power of the heaven and earth furnace, he fought against four alone and forced Emperor Qing Yan and the other three to retreat and spit out blood. Regardless of whether they had the Vermilion Bird bloodline or the Divine Beast's bloodline, in the heaven and earth furnace, Wu Dao's will envelop them. And these Divine Beasts' bloodlines turned into threads and slowly entered the hell-suppressing cauldron. The hell-suppressing cauldron's aura continued to rise. The eyes of Emperor Qing Yan and the other three almost popped out of their sockets. They were furious. This Araki Takashi had not only injured them, but now he was using their bloodlines to reforge the hell-suppressing cauldron. Emperor Yen Luo's expression changed when he saw the hell-suppressing cauldron appear. As if he had thought of something, deep hatred and killing intent rose in his eyes. That cauldron is that bald donkey's weapon. Emperor Yen Luo said coldly as he stared at Wu Dao's main body. Extremely terrifying energy fluctuations surged in his body. Be careful, it's a forbidden art. Dai Yu sensed it and hurriedly warned. Ah! Emperor Yen Luo stretched out his arms and screamed. His voice was extremely ear-piercing and pierced through metal and stone. The bloodline in her body continued to condense. Suddenly, a fiery red sparrow that was about 10 feet long charged out of her body. This fiery red sparrow exuded an extremely terrifying aura. After this little sparrow appeared, even the heaven and earth smelt started to tremble. The originally blazing flames were suppressed by one side. This is a forbidden art that touches upon the power of the Tao. Wu Dao's main body murmured softly. Just a forbidden art was still unable to shake the heaven and earth furnace. At the same time, Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Bai Yu, Emperor Xian Kan, and Emperor Yen Luo released their perfect worlds, creating an extremely violent energy that was about to burst the heaven and earth furnace. Outside the heaven and earth furnace, the 28 celestial lords and the other celestial lords of the celestial worship world also supported their worlds and continuously attacked the heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace shook continuously, the flames flickering. Finally, it could not hold on any longer. Boom! The heaven and earth furnace collapsed. Emperor Qing Yan and the other three finally broke free and stood together with the 28 celestial lords and the other celestial lords of the celestial worship world. Wu Dao's main body's expression was normal, and his gaze was calm. Unfortunately, his Yuan Wu Grotto heaven had yet to reach the Arch realm. The Yuan Wu Grotto heaven was his Tao body. Once the Yuan Wu Grotto heaven reached the Arch realm, his Tao body would rapidly grow and rise to another level. At that time, even if he did not use the Yuan Wu Grotto heaven, he could shatter the perfect worlds of these peak celestial lords with just the power of his body and bloodline. As for now, he could only release the world formed by Wu Dao's domain. Martial Universe. Kill. Emperor Qing Yan and the others did not intend to give Wu Dao's main body any time to breathe. They roared again and led the other celestial lords to charge forward. Chapter 30-21. More than 90 imperial emperors propped up a world that extended for thousands of miles. It covered the sky and covered the sun as it pressed down on Wu Dao's true body. Even Dai Yu had not been able to withstand such a ferocious attack. Nearly 100 worlds enveloped Wu Dao's true body, leaving him no room to dodge. All right. Wu Dao's true body shouted softly, his eyes shining brightly. Around him, a world rose up, a universe. 6 terrifying flames rose like huge fire dragons. They danced and circled in the universe, emitting a scorching heat that incinerated everything and smelted heaven and earth. Among them, the dragon phoenix flame, red lotus karmic fire, tribulation fire, hellfire, and netherworld ghost flame did not look much different from before. Only the martial soul fire had undergone a strange change. Originally, the martial soul fire was a purple flame. But now, the martial soul fire had turned purplish gold. All these years, he had tried to smelt the golden flame in the soul lamp in the Nether River. Due to the uniqueness of this flame, the martial soul fire and the golden flame directly fused together. Wu Dao's true body did not control the 7th flame. However, the fusion of the martial soul fire with the golden flame caused the power of the martial soul to increase greatly. The power of the martial soul fire also rose to a terrifying level. Now, even without the mask of Mo Luo, his martial soul was no longer a weakness. Rumble. Martial Soul Universe fought against more than 90 Imperial Emperor worlds, causing a loud explosion that shook heaven and earth. In the next moment, all the Imperial Emperors were shocked. More than 90 Imperial Emperor worlds were actually unable to suppress the universe that Wu Dao's true body had propped up. The raging flames in that expanse of the universe burned more and more fiercely instead. The glow of the flames illuminated the entire universe, causing a myriad of rays of multicolored light to dye the entire universe in an expanse of red. After all, peak imperial emperors were holding up perfect worlds and could still withstand the impact of the raging flames. Many ordinary imperial emperors' small worlds could not even withstand a wisp of Martial Soul Universe's flame. More than 30 peak imperial emperors stood in front and blocked more than half of Martial Soul Universe's damage. However, there were still some flames that flew out and sparks flew everywhere. Just a small spark would be a huge disaster if it landed in the small world of an ordinary imperial emperor. An ordinary imperial emperor couldn't dodge in time, and a spark fell from the small world. Whoosh! The small world was instantly burned red and collapsed. The flames engulfed the imperial emperor's body and burned it into ashes in the blink of an eye. Not even his bones were left. A flame landed on a peerless imperial emperor's great world. The fire spread rapidly, and there was no way to stop it. The true form of the peerless emperor lord was a red-bone horse monkey. However, no matter how he channeled his bloodline or released his bloodline phenomenon, he could not defend against the blazing flames. Ah! The horse monkey emperor's entire body was burning with flames. He was burned into a huge fireball and let out a miserable cry. Inside this fireball, a dark green brilliance suddenly appeared. It was filled with strange energy fluctuations. However, this wisp of dark green light did not manage to escape. Together with the horse monkey emperor, it was completely burned into ashes within a few breaths. More than 90 god monarchs had joined forces to suppress Zhang Xian with all their might. As soon as they came into contact with Zhang Xian, the god monarchs on Zhang Xian's side fell one after another. In just a short while, more than 10 imperial emperors had died and were burned to ashes. The 30-odd peak imperial emperors were still relatively calm, but the remaining peerless imperial emperors and ordinary imperial emperors did not dare to stay any longer. In a panic, they retreated continuously, wanting to escape the burning range of martial tempering universe. Not to mention them, even the few peak imperial emperors from the celestial tribute world wanted to retreat. If the imperial emperors of the heavenly courts were present, they would have turned around and fled long ago. If this continued, they would be burned to death on the spot before Araki Takashi was exhausted. The faces of the peak imperial emperors were abnormally pale under the illumination of the flames. Their expressions were filled with fear. Whoosh! Imperial Emperor Xian Can's eyes flickered with a dark light. He activated his essence spirit, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He pointed forward, an endless Milky Way descended from the 9 heavens. It rumbled and caused countless waves. A forbidden art had descended. The martial arts universe shook slightly. The 6 Inferno divine dragons were being watered by the water of the Milky Way and were indeed being suppressed. However, the flames of martial refining universe did not show any signs of extinguishing. One had to know that Imperial Emperor Xian Can wasn't the only forbidden art. Imperial Emperor Yen Luo's forbidden art had yet to dissipate. 2 forbidden arts combined with more than 30 peak Imperial Emperor's perfect worlds were still unable to shake martial refining universe. Seeing this, Dai Yu's heart lightened. She knew that the young scholar from the small town had not only caught up to her, but had even surpassed her. Imperial Emperor Qing Yan and Imperial Emperor Baiyu had already used their forbidden arts against Dai Yu. They could not use them in a short period of time. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Imperial Emperor Qing Yan and Imperial Emperor Baiyu looked at the 28 Imperial Emperors and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Set up the formation." The 28 Imperial Emperors did not dare to hesitate. They did not join forces to set up the formation because the 4 Directions constellation formation required them to continuously release their essence blood. This was a huge loss to their cultivation foundation. The longer the 4 Directions constellation formation was in operation, the greater the damage to them. Therefore, unless they had no choice, they would not damage their foundation to set up the formation. Now that the 4 young masters were enraged and the situation was critical, the 28 imperial emperors did not dare to hesitate. They either bit their tongues, cut their arms, or cut their chests. The 7 eastern mansions, flood dragon, badger, rabbit, fox, tiger, and leopard, faintly showed the image of an azure dragon. The 7 northern mansions, hoe, ox, bat, rat, swallow, pig, and sable, faintly showed the image of a black tortoise. The 7 western mansions, wolf, dog, pheasant, chicken, bird, monkey, and ape, faintly showed the image of a white tiger. The 7 southern mansions, hoe, sheep, deer, horse, deer, snake, and vermilion, faintly showed the image of a vermilion bird. The 4 directions constellation formation revealed their true forms. Their huge bodies flowed with essence blood as they occupied unique positions in the starry sky and set up the formation. The 28 mansions not only required the bloodline of each imperial emperor, but they also required each imperial emperor to occupy a unique position. Only then could they set up the formation. Once the 4 directions constellation formation was formed, it was so powerful that even 100 peak imperial emperors might not be able to shake it. The power it unleashed was comparable to 4 forbidden techniques. A single forbidden art could easily kill a peak imperial emperor. When the 4 directions constellation formation was formed, together with the 2 forbidden arts of Imperial Lord Xian Can and Imperial Lord Yen Luo, it was equivalent to 6 forbidden arts being released. Oh! Wu Dao's expression changed. The 4 directions constellation formation rapidly condensed. He could clearly sense the huge impact on martial refining universe. It was on the verge of collapsing. They still have such a backup plan. Dai Yu also sensed the danger and frowned. If she had known, just now, she would have risked her life to kill one of the 28 imperial mansions. Chapter 30-22. The 4 directions constellation formation enveloped the area. The emperor blood of the 28 constellation emperors permeated the formation, emitting a shocking pressure. As soon as the formation descended, the 6 fire divine dragons in martial universe were clearly suppressed. The flames on their bodies became smaller and smaller, even showing signs of extinguishing. Wu Dao's main body was calm. After sensing carefully, he nodded and said, "This formation is indeed something." Dai Yu was worried, but when she heard Wu Dao's casual and relaxed tone, she couldn't help but turn and ask, "Is there a way to break it?" Under normal circumstances, this 4 directions constellation formation will indeed cause me a lot of trouble. But now, Wu Dao's main body shook his head slightly. There's a flaw in this formation. The 2 of them didn't bother concealing their voices at all. The surrounding monarchs were able to hear their conversation clearly. Emperor Qing Yan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Back in the celestial tribute world, Emperor Qing Yan had mentioned that the Zhensu demon, the arch of the 7 southern constellations cultivation realm, wasn't high enough and might become a weakness. They didn't expect Araki Takashi to see through it immediately. Protect Zhensu. Emperor Qing Yan made a prompt decision and roared. Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xian Can, and Emperor Yen Luo all knew the importance of the 4 directions constellation formation. Once this formation was broken, they would lose their greatest reliance. The 4 of them tacitly rushed toward the Zhensu demon, the arch, at the same time, blocking him in front of them. The group of ordinary imperial emperors and peerless imperial emperors who had just escaped saw that the heavenly court's experts had suppressed the martial Dao true body again. Furthermore, they clearly had the upper hand. At this moment, they turned back and prepared to take the opportunity to attack. But just as they approached, they heard Emperor Qing Yan's roar. He said something about protecting Zhensu. Then, Emperor Qing Yan and the others rushed to Zhensu's side nervously. The celestial tribute world's emperors were shocked by this scene. They also became nervous and hesitated whether to advance or retreat. Before they could react, the martial Tao body in the universe suddenly moved. He took a step forward and stomped his feet on the ground. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Roar! Among the roars, there were dragon roars, phoenix cries, crane cries, horse neighs, wolf howls, ape cries, tiger roars, dog barks. The cries of billions of living beings intertwined and converged into a roar that resounded through the starry sky and shook the 9 heavens. Now that Wu Dao's true body had stepped into the immortal emperor realm, he once again unleashed the myriad spirit voice. How powerful would it be? Among the 28 lunar mansions, Imperial Lord Jin mansions had the weakest cultivation. He was only an ordinary Imperial Lord. Although Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 were standing in front of him, they still couldn't withstand the impact of the sound of all spirits. Their bodies were shattered into pieces and their essence spirits were destroyed. They died on the spot. One of the 28 Imperial Lords had been killed by Wu Dao's true body with a single roar. The other Imperial Emperors also trembled violently as they suffered an intense impact. Some of the constellation demon thearchs started to bleed from their nostrils, ears, and mouths. Their expressions were ferocious as if they were ferocious ghosts. "Young master, let's retreat," Constellation Horn Demon Emperor shouted. Although only one constellation demon thearch had died, the array had been shattered and the situation had reversed. If they continued to fight, the casualties would probably be even heavier. Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 hesitated. If they retreated just like that, they would lose face. They had mobilized so many people to come to the Grand Wilderness. Not only had they failed to kill the blood butterfly, but they had also suffered heavy losses. How could they be willing to retreat after being defeated by Araki Takashi? But the next moment, the 4 of them regretted it. Because they suddenly realized that even if they wanted to retreat, Araki Takashi might not agree. Wu Dao's true body's counterattack had only just begun. After this roar, Wu Dao's true body activated his essence spirit and moved his divine will. Rumble. Around him, numerous thick and massive doors suddenly appeared. They carried with them boundless might and shattered the starry sky. Some of the doors were surrounded by demonic aura and hellfire burned fiercely. Huge pitch-black vortexes appeared around them as if they wanted to devour everything. Some of the doors were surrounded by ghostly shadows and were covered in frost. Some of the doors were filled with yin qi. Some of the doors were shrouded in yellow mist. 10 huge doors that emitted different auras enveloped the heads of the Imperial Emperors. They suppressed the galaxy and descended from the sky. A huge shadow descended and the temperature plummeted. In a trance, the Imperial Emperors felt as if they were in hell. Poof! Some of the constellation Imperial Emperors could not dodge in time and were smashed by a huge door. Although their perfected worlds blocked the damage, they were still not spared. Not only were their perfected worlds shattered, but their thearch bodies were also smashed into a bloody pulp. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died on the spot. After the death of the constellation demon thearch, it meant that the 4 constellation grand formation was broken. Now, Wu Dao's true body had used a Dao technique to descend 10 huge doors. The Imperial Emperors present could not withstand it at all. These 10 doors were a Dao technique that Wu Dao's true body comprehended in the Nether River with the help of the 9 springs of hell after entering the thearch realm. Apart from the 9 doors corresponding to the 9 springs of hell, there were exactly 10 doors in hell if the gates of hell were included. Each door contained a different Dao technique power. When fused with the martial universe, its power was astonishing. Even the constellation Imperial Emperors could not withstand the impact of the gates of hell, let alone ordinary Imperial Emperors and peerless Imperial Emperors. Once they were smashed by the doors that descended, they would definitely die. There was no chance of survival. If they were hit by the doors, they would be smashed into pieces and explode into a bloody mist. Some imperial emperors were lucky enough to avoid the smashing doors. If they did not escape in time, they might be devoured by the doors and dragged into them. Poof! 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 The 10 doors of hell descended. For a time, wails could be heard on the battlefield. Imperial blood splattered, dying thousands of miles of the galaxy. The imperial emperors fled in all directions, defeated. Some of the imperial emperors watching the battle at the end of the starry sky were shocked when they saw this scene. The celestial tribute world had been defeated. The mysterious faction behind the celestial tribute world had also been defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. More than 100 imperial emperors and more than 30 peak imperial emperors were defeated by Araki Takashi alone. The 4 constellation formation, the perfect world, and the forbidden technique were all crushed under the feet of Araki Takashi. Even though they saw this scene with their own eyes, these imperial emperors still could not believe it. The celestial tribute world was defeated? Where did this Araki Takashi come from? He overturned the celestial tribute world with his own strength. Is the world really going to change? Such combat strength is probably comparable to a great emperor. In this life, the imperial emperors had never seen the means of a great emperor with their own eyes, so they did not know how strong a great emperor was. But thinking about it, it was only a so-so, right? The great wasteland world had Araki Takashi and Dayu. Who in the 3,000 worlds could fight against them? End of chapter. Chapter 30-23. The starry sky battlefield was a complete mess. Not only were the imperial emperors of the celestial tribute world shocked, but even Imperial Emperor Qin Yan and Imperial Emperor Baiyu turned and fled. Although Imperial Emperor Xiaofan and Imperial Emperor Yan Luo's forbidden techniques were powerful, they could not withstand the 10 gates of hell. Following a series of loud bangs, the 2 forbidden techniques were shattered into nothingness. Imperial Emperor Xuanzhen's forte was defense, but he was still vomiting blood. The tortoise shell on his back was stronger than any imperial weapon. It was indeed indestructible and could remain intact under the suppression of the powerful gates. However, the martial Dao True Body's attack directly smashed the tortoise shell off his body. Even the tortoise shell was smashed off. Seeing Imperial Emperor Qin Yan and Imperial Emperor Baiyu escape, Imperial Emperor Xianzhen also used a secret technique to escape. He threw away the heavy tortoise shell and turned to flee. If Imperial Emperor Xianzhen was already in such a state, Imperial Emperor Yan Luo was even worse. Fortunately, the remaining 6 Imperial Emperors of the 7 southern constellations risked their lives to block for a moment, giving Imperial Emperor Yan Luo a chance to catch his breath. However, how could the 6 Imperial Emperors withstand the impact of the 10 gates of hell? The 10 doors pushed forward. In just a few breaths of time, the 6 celestial emperors of the south had all perished. None of them survived. They were either smashed to death, or devoured by the gates of hell. Seeing that the situation was set, Wu Dao's true self controlled the 10 gates of hell with his divine sense. They tore through the sky and suppressed the fleeing celestial emperors. In the west, Imperial Emperor Baisu revealed his true form, the Baifeng Firebird. His body burned with flames as he turned into a streak of fire and fled into the distance. Unexpectedly, his vision turned black. A thick and powerful gate descended from the sky, shattering his perfect world and suppressing his body. Ah! Imperial Emperor Baisu let out a sorrowful cry as he was smashed into 2 by the gates of hell. His essence soul could not escape and was devoured by the gates of hell. Blood splattered everywhere. In the west, Imperial Emperor Kuei Su's body tensed up. His wolf claws stepped on the starlight as he fled for his life. Suddenly, he sensed a huge sense of danger, and all the fur on his body stood up. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Rumble. A huge door that was shrouded in devil chi and burning with pitch-black flames descended, smashing a foot in front of him. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. But before he could catch his breath, the enormous door that was coiled with devil chi suddenly emitted an irresistible devouring force. The surrounding demonic chi revolved, forming a huge vortex. It was as if an ancient giant beast had opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour all living beings. Emperor Kisu propped up his perfect world, his eyes widened as he let out a low growl from the depths of his throat to resist with all his might. However, his perfect world was being burned by the black flames and corroded by the demonic chi. It could no longer hold on. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and large cracks appeared. It was on the verge of collapsing. Roar! Emperor Kisu roared. He was still struggling, unwilling to give up. At this moment, countless pale, withered hands reached out from the door and pulled Emperor Kuei-su's body and limbs, pulling him into the abyss bit by bit. This was Hell's Gate. The pitch-black demonic chi was the Avicii demonic chi. The pitch-black flames were the hellfire. The countless pale ghostly hands were the last straw that broke Emperor Kuei-su's back. Emperor Kuei-su's mind and the perfect world that he propped up collapsed completely. With a series of howls, his massive body sank into the Hell's Gate bit by bit and disappeared. Be it Emperor Kuei-su or Emperor Bai-su, the two of them had no idea why Wu Dao's true body would target them among the remaining constellation Emperor Kuei-su. Emperor Kuei-su was the true form of the nine-tailed fox. She was a natural beauty. Now that she was covered in injuries, she was even more pitiful. However, Wu Dao's true body did not have any pity for her. Without even looking at Emperor Kuei-su, Hell's Gate descended and killed her mercilessly. Seeing this, the nine-tailed emperor on the immortal ship outside the astral battlefield seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and looked at the tiger, the little fox and the other three who were watching and discussing excitedly in the cabin. She seemed to have realized something. This person is still thinking about his brothers at such a time. The nine-tailed emperor murmured. In the astral battlefield, Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Baiyu, and the others jointly released a mystic art and pointed at the sky. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the starry sky, emitting endless pressure. Colorful lights filled the air and there were even immortal sounds coming from within. Emperor Qing Yan, Emperor Baiyu, and the other three sped towards that crack. Trying to escape. Wu Dao's true body controlled the 10 Hell's Gates to chase after the constellation Emperor Lords. He held Dai Yu's hand and with a single step, he crossed the endless galaxy and caught up to the 4. In the astral battlefield, space was chaotic and broken. It was impossible to teleport. However, Wu Dao's true body's movement technique had already surpassed the Arch realm and touched the level of Dao. Although it was not teleportation, it was better than teleportation. He arrived in an instant. Even the ends of the world were just inches away from his feet. The entrance to the heavenly courts was right in front of them. However, Emperor Qing Yan and the others suddenly felt their hearts palpitate, as if a disaster was about to befall them in the next moment. The 4 of them could not help but look back. With one look, the 4 of them were scared out of their wits, and their guts were torn apart. The purple-robed, silver-masked Araki Takashi was holding the hand of the blood butterfly demon empress and following behind them. He was so close that they could touch him. The silver mask covered his face and they could not see anything. The 4 of them could only see a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea and burned with 2 balls of purple flames that exuded a chilling intent. Yu, Emperor Baiyu panicked and wanted to shout. However, he was so scared that he could not say anything when he saw those eyes. Araki Takashi, are you really going to kill us all? Emperor Xian Kan's heart skipped a beat and he hollered fiercely. Emperor Qing Yan grit his teeth as well. Araki Takashi, if you dare to kill us, you and her will die with us. The four of them threatened while secretly condensing their spirit consciousnesses. Die. All of a sudden. After communicating with their spirit consciousnesses, the four of them released their essence spirit secret skills at the same time towards Wu Dao's true body. The combined essence spirit secret skills of the four of them could kill almost all peak Imperial Lords. However, the four of them were not confident against Araki Takashi. It would be best if their essence spirit secret skills could kill Araki Takashi. Even if they could not kill him, they could injure him or delay him for a moment so that the four of them would have a chance to escape back to the heavenly courts. The four essence spirit secret skills tore through the air. Araki Takashi did not seem to be able to defend in time and did not do anything. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of Emperor Qing Yen and the other three as their eyes shone. Araki Takashi must have thought that victory was in his hands and was careless. That was why he did not notice it. Furthermore, they were too close to each other. Even if Araki Takashi was prepared, he would not be able to defend in time. Chapter 30-24. For essence spirit secret skills landed on Wu Dao's true body. However, to the disappointment of Emperor Lord Green Flame and the other three, Desolate Marshal seemed to be unharmed and the flames in his eyes were still burning. Under the gazes of Emperor Qing Yen and the others, the silver mask seemed to have turned into a lake. After being struck by their essence spirit secret skills, it merely rippled a little before returning to normal. The power of the essence spirit secret skills was completely devoured by the water of the Styx River in the mask of Mo Luo and vanished without a trace. This, Emperor Qing Yen and the other three were disappointed at first, but then fear filled their faces. Not only was Araki Takashi not dead, he was not affected at all. In that case, they might be the ones who died. Wu Dao's true body stared fixedly at Emperor Yen Luo with burning eyes. He condensed his martial soul and a purplish gold flame suddenly surged from his glabella. The moment the flame appeared, an intense aura of death enveloped Emperor Yen Luo's head and her essence spirit felt an intense burning pain. In her consciousness, her essence spirit was originally burning with flames. However, when the purplish gold flame of Wu Dao's true body appeared, the flames on her essence spirit were instantly suppressed and flickered, as though they could be extinguished at any moment. Emperor Yen Luo was truly flustered. She was different from Emperor Qing Yen, Emperor Bai Yu and Emperor Xianchen. If she died here, no one would be able to save her at all. In fact, no one might even be able to avenge her. Araki Takashi. Emperor Yen Luo said hurriedly, "If you let me off, I'll give you guys a chance to ascend to the Great Thousand World. I won't go back on my word." Wu Dao's true body was unmoved and said indifferently with a cold expression, "I said that no one can save you today. You're dead meat." "Why?" Emperor Yen Luo shrieked at the sight of the purplish gold flame descending. "You're going to kill me just because I called her AB*TCH? Yes." Wu Dao's true body replied simply. He did not want to say anything else. If he had not arrived in time, Dai Yu would have died. Between the two sides, it had long since become a life and death battle, and there was not the slightest room to maneuver. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple gold flames entered Emperor Yen Luo's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, her primordial spirit was burned to ashes. The martial soul fire that had fused with the soul lamp's flame was too terrifying. Damage to the primordial spirit and soul could be said to be fatal. At this point in the battle, the imperial emperors from the heavenly court who had the word Yen on their waist, including Imperial Emperor Yen Luo, had been completely annihilated. Not a single one was spared. At this moment, the roars of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and ghosts could be heard coming from the cauldron. The prison-suppressing cauldron had obtained the bloodline of the four sages and devoured the natal monarch weapons of Monarch Azure Flame and the others. It had undergone a complete transformation. In the next moment, the sound of Sanskrit resounded throughout the world. The cauldron of Zhenyu emitted rays after rays of blinding golden light that lit up the sky. In addition to the flames of war that were burning on the battlefield, it lit up the entire universe like it was daytime. The endless golden light vaguely formed a majestic Buddha above the firmaments that looked down on the universe. Below the Buddha, the purple-robed and silver-masked Wu Dao's true body stepped on the galaxy and was surrounded by the phantoms of the four sacred beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were deep. His aura was majestic, as though he was the only god in the world. It was an extremely shocking scene. The imperial emperors who were watching the battle at the end of the universe even had the urge to prostrate in worship. At this moment, the light on Wu Dao's true body covered billions of miles of the galaxy, causing the sun and moon to dim and the stars to dim. Looking at the man beside her, Dayu seemed to have thought of something and smiled faintly. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo had left a sentence on the wall at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. When the dust cleared, light shone through the mountains and rivers. This is the moment. Dayu murmured softly. On the battlefield of the stars. The Arch-Azure Flame, the Arch-Baiyu, the Arch-Xian Kan and the other imperial emperors looked at that figure with deep fear in their eyes. The entrance to the heavenly courts was right before them. However, everyone felt as though it was far away in the horizon and they could never return. An incomparably powerful will that was dense and heavy pressed down on the heads of the three of them. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free. Wu Dao's true body stepped on the galaxy and threw the hell-suppressing cauldron forward. Boom! The hell-suppressing cauldron tore through the air with the four saint souls revolving around it. Dragon roars and Sanskrit chants intertwined and burst forth with an unstoppable aura that could destroy everything. Even if the Arch-Baiyu was in his peak condition, he might not be able to defend against that attack, let alone the fact that he was severely injured. The Arch-Baiyu's eyes widened in shock. He could only watch helplessly as the hell-suppressing cauldron charged over. All of a sudden, Wu Dao's true body seemed to have sensed something and his eyes flickered. After he returned from hell, even if he was besieged by almost 100 imperial monarchs, his expression remained as calm as usual and composed as before. But just now, he saw a figure flash past. It was too fast. Even with his perception and vision, he couldn't see the full appearance of the man. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu in his heart. Furthermore, Wu Dao's true body sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that figure. Bang! The hell-suppressing cauldron collided with something and stopped with a muffled sound. The hell-suppressing cauldron did not move at all. Even the four saint souls entered the walls of the cauldron again. The Sanskrit chant stopped abruptly. Dayu narrowed her eyes slightly. Just as the hell-suppressing cauldron was about to collide with the Arch-Baiyu, a figure suddenly appeared. That person stood in front of the Arch-Baiyu and extended his palm. With just one hand, he received the hell-suppressing cauldron that Wu Dao's true body had thrown out. That person raised his arm and pressed his palm against the hell-suppressing cauldron. The person and cauldron did not move at all. The hell-suppressing cauldron covered most of that person's body and even his appearance could not be seen. Only a pair of skinny legs could be seen below the hell-suppressing cauldron. Because of this delay, the Arch-Baiyu and the other two obtained a chance to catch their breaths. The powerful will that enveloped the Arch-Baiyu and the other two seemed to have dissipated after this person appeared. The three of them felt as though they had been pardoned and escaped from death. They did not even have time to see who saved them and turned to flee, rushing into the entrance of the heavenly courts. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Only then did that person move his arm slowly. The hell-suppressing cauldron shifted slightly and the first thing that was revealed was a skinny shoulder and snow-white eyebrows that drooped down from it. The pupils of Wu Dao's true body constricted slightly as though he recognized this person. He let go of Daiyu's palm instantly and moved to protect her behind him. Daiyu's heart skipped a beat. Even in the face of close to 100 imperial emperors, Wu Dao's true body was always by her side. He was calm and suppressed the emperors with just one hand. Now, Wu Dao's true body was so nervous facing this person that he wanted to protect her behind him. Who was this person? Chapter 30-25. That person slowly moved the hell-suppressing cauldron away and casually threw it beside his feet, revealing his true appearance. This person had a hunched back and looked haggard. 2 white eyebrows hung on his shoulders as if he was about to die. He looked calmly at Wu Dao's true body. The Tomb Keeper. Back then, Wu Dao's true body met the Tomb Keeper on the Grand Tai Wei Mountain. After that, he, Yunzhu, and Mo Qing came out of the Avicii Hell and were surrounded by the 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist sect. The Tomb Keeper was the one who saved them. However, Wu Dao's true body explored the depths of the Avicii Hell. In that ancient city, the Tomb Keeper was also the one who pushed him down the dry well and into hell. It could be said that all his experiences in hell were caused by the Tomb Keeper. He had some guesses about the Tomb Keeper's identity. However, he never expected that the Tomb Keeper would appear at this moment and save Emperor Qing Yan and the other 2. After stepping into the Arch Realm, there were not many experts who could threaten Wu Dao's true body. The Tomb Keeper was one of them. And the methods that the Tomb Keeper displayed just now were perhaps even more terrifying than Wu Dao's true body imagined. Because of the Tomb Keeper's sudden appearance, Wu Dao's true body did not continue to chase after him. He did not know the Tomb Keeper's intentions, so he could only focus all his attention on the Tomb Keeper and be on guard. The remaining Celestial Tribute World and Heavenly Court's emperors were able to escape and quickly disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Of course, both the Celestial Tribute World and Heavenly Court suffered heavy losses in this battle and returned in defeat. More than half of the dozens of Celestial Tribute World's emperors died. Nearly half of Heavenly Court's 28 lunar mansions were also lost. And Emperor Yen Luo, who had the bloodline of a sacred beast, died. The surrounding sky gradually darkened. A world silently enveloped the 3 of them, isolating them from the outside world. A few tombs appeared behind the Tomb Keeper. Among them, there was a tomb with a wordless tombstone. The Tomb Keeper exuded an extremely dangerous aura. However, Wu Dao's true body could not sense the Tomb Keeper's hostility towards him, so he did not attack rashly. Should I call you Tomb Keeper or Great Emperor Zhang Tian? Wu Dao's eyes were deep as he stared at the Tomb Keeper's face and slowly asked. His words were shocking. Dai Yu was shocked when she heard this. Wu Dao had mentioned the Tomb Keeper to her before. However, it had never crossed her mind that the Tomb Keeper had anything to do with Great Emperor Zhangtian. The Tomb Keeper's expression was calm when he heard this. He didn't explain anything and seemed to have tacitly agreed. Wu Dao's true body said, World Devastation Devil Monarch, Bo Sun, and Immortal Monarch Chen Mu were all from the Heaven Realm, and in this life, they all used the tombs of the monarchs to come back to life. This means that all 3 imperial emperors know the Heaven Burial Scripture. And you, just happen to be guarding the tomb in the Heaven Realm. Wu Dao's original body had many speculations about who the tomb guard was guarding. It was only when he understood the meaning of Heaven Burial that he realized that the Tomb Keeper might be guarding his own tomb. And Great Emperor Zhang Tian's tomb was in the Heaven Realm's demon domain. Anything else? The Tomb Keeper asked calmly. Wu Dao's original body continued, in Tianhuang mainland, where I'm from, there was once an incredible figure known as the Blood Fiend. He has cultivated a cloning technique called the 3 Corpses technique. The 3 Corpse technique was imparted to him by the weapon spirit of the Mara mask on my face. The reason why the weapon spirit knew the 3 Corpse technique was because his master was once Emperor Bo Sun. Emperor Boshuan cultivated the Buddha body, the 6 Desires body, and the 7 Emotions body. In a sense, the realm and intent of these three avatars completely exceeded Sanguine Fiend's immortal, Buddhist, and demon bodies. Wu Dao's original body observed the Tomb Keeper as he spoke. However, the Tomb Keeper's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Wu Dao's original body said, "It's just that Emperor Bo Sun's reputation was too fierce. He was once an expert among peak imperial emperors, so I never thought that he would be someone else's clone. It wasn't until the World Devastation Demon Emperor and Immortal Emperor Chen Mu used the tombs of great emperors to come back to life that I realized that they might be the real three-corpse techniques. To cultivate the three-corpse techniques to the level of peak imperial emperors and help them to come back to life with the heaven burial scripture, I'm afraid only great Emperor Zhong Tian has the qualifications and means to do so." Wu Dao's original body heaved a sigh of relief after saying this. These speculations had been circling in his heart for many years, and he also wanted to get a definite answer. Even if his speculations were all correct, he still had some doubts in his heart. For example, who was ancient demon Bo Sun, who existed in the same era as the Buddha in the ancient legends? What was his relationship with Emperor Bo Sun in this era? For example, if all of this was done by great Emperor Zhong Tian, it meant that he had lived for several eras until this era. However, how was this possible? Even a great emperor's lifespan had a limit. Could it be that great Emperor Zhong Tian, who was the Tomb Keeper in front of him, was immortal? You've guessed many things correctly. The Tomb Keeper finally spoke. However, the Tomb Keeper's next words caused the martial Dao body to freeze on the spot. "However, you've guessed one thing wrong. I'm not Zhong Tian." Wu Dao's original body suddenly fell silent. He believed that the Tomb Keeper would not lie, and there was no need for him to lie. With the Tomb Keeper's cultivation base, if he was really great Emperor Zhong Tian, it was not a big deal for him to admit it frankly. After a long silence, Wu Dao's original body asked slowly, "Who are you?" When the two of them first met, Wu Dao's original body had asked this question once. The other party had answered him with the words Tomb Keeper. Now that he asked again, Wu Dao's original body obviously did not want to know these three words. The Tomb Keeper seemed to be recalling something as his gaze turned blurry. After a long while, he snapped back to his senses and said calmly, "I can't remember my real name. However, for many years, some people have called me, the Fiend Master." The Fiend Master. After all, Wu Dao's original body looked calm with the mask of Mo Luo. However, his heart was in turmoil. Even Dai Yu, who was standing behind him, felt her breathing become heavier when she heard this. Legend had it that the Fiend Master who had caused a catastrophe that swept through the 3,000 realms in several eras was now standing before the two of them. Furthermore, Wu Dao's original body had interacted with him a few times. This white-browed old monk was skinny, hunchbacked, and lifeless. He did not have the demeanor of a Fiend Master at all. One had to know that the Fiend Master was the master of the Ashura. He ruled over countless brave and ferocious Ashura tribes and was a powerful existence that fought against the heavenly courts. What sort of demonic might was that? If the Tomb Keeper had not admitted it personally, Wu Dao's original body in Dai Yu would never have thought that the legendary Fiend Master was this old monk who looked like he had one foot in the grave. Amidst his shock, Wu Dao's original body was filled with even more doubts. Wu Dao's original body took a deep breath and looked at the old monk before him. He was not in a hurry to ask as his mind gradually calmed down. Since the Fiend Master had chosen to appear, there should be an answer to his doubts. Chapter 30-26. The Fiend Master was way too mysterious and had too many mysteries about him. However, Wu Dao's true body was certain of one thing. The Fiend Master, or rather, the faction behind him, had been fighting against the heavenly courts for several eras. Now that the Fiend Master chose to appear and shroud him and Dai Yu in this world without any enmity towards them, it was most likely that he was trying to rope them in. Since that was the case, the Fiend Master would definitely show enough sincerity to answer the doubts in Wu Dao's true body's heart. The Fiend Master, buried heaven, the evil emperor, the 6 paths, the ghost mother, the heavenly courts, the ancient emperors, there were way too many mysteries. What do you want to know? The Tomb Keeper seemed to have seen through Wu Dao's true body's thoughts and took the initiative to ask. After pondering for a moment, Wu Dao's true body said slowly, everything about the heavenly courts. The heavenly courts were the core of all the mysteries and catastrophes since ancient times. An imperceptible look of admiration flashed in the depths of the Tomb Keeper's eyes as he said faintly, the heavenly courts were formed from the 9 major factions of the Great Thousand World. The 9 heavens as the courts that enslave all living beings. The heavenly courts are the 9 heavens. 9 heavens. As though he had thought of something, Wu Dao's true body waved his sleeves and scattered many badges of the heavenly courts on the ground with different words. Yen, Tsang, Hao, Xian. Wu Dao's true body asked, behind these badges are actually 4 of the 9 heavens. That's right. The Tomb Keeper nodded. In the middle is June heaven, in the east is Tsang heaven, in the northeast is Min heaven, in the north is Xian heaven, in the northwest is Yu heaven, in the west is Hao heaven, in the southwest is Zhu heaven, in the south is Yen heaven and in the southeast is Yang heaven. Those are the 9 heavens. Dai Yu was enlightened. The Tsang behind the Emperor Green Flame was actually Tsang heaven of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens as the courts that enslave all living beings. Wu Dao's true body murmured softly. In the eyes of the experts like the Emperor Green Flame, they truly did not take the living beings of the middle world seriously. This was a kind of contempt that ran deep in his bones. The Tomb Keeper said, at this stage of your cultivation, you should have already guessed that the living beings of all races can ascend to the Great Thousand World after reaching the Emperor realm. However, due to the existence of the 9 heavens, the middle world was separated from the greater world, blocking the path of ascension for all living beings. This caused the middle world to have no ascenders for countless years. This is the reason why we've joined the emperors of the ancient emperors of the Great Thousand Heavens. In the Great Wasteland domain, the martial Dao body had once discussed the Dao with Dai Yu and had indeed speculated in this regard, and many heavens, worlds, of course, it heavenly courts, a heavenly courts. But in a dimensional realm, there was no such treasure. In other words, according to the rules of heaven and earth, once a living being stepped into the emperor stage, they should head to an environment with Genesis Chi and origin stones to cultivate. The heavens as the heavens. Why? The martial Dao true body was silent for a long time before asking in a deep voice, with the 9 heavens as their court and enslaving all living beings, what benefits does it bring them? Why does the 9 heavens want to stop the ascension of the living beings of all races? The Tomb Keeper said, in the 3,000 worlds, all the cultivation resources, heavenly court spiritual chi, heavenly court's origin chi, can be called the energy of the universe. However, in the universe, this kind of energy isn't endless and inexhaustible. The lifespan of mortals is only 100 years. After death, their souls return to heaven and earth, their flesh and blood dissipate, and all the energy returns to nature. Some are absorbed and some are released, and it does not destroy the balance between heaven and earth. And the existence of cultivators breaks this balance. Wu Dao seemed to understand something and murmured, so, when the living beings of all races step into a certain realm on the path of cultivation and break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, they will always attract a heavenly tribulation. The stronger the person transcending the tribulation, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. It is because the heavenly Tao wants to destroy the person transcending the tribulation and let the power in his body return to heaven and earth to restore the balance. But heaven and earth are heartless and will still leave a trace of life for the person transcending the tribulation. The Tomb Keeper nodded and continued, the living beings of all races cultivate and reproduce. Whether it is the immortal Tao or the demon Tao, they have to constantly absorb the spiritual chi, heavenly court's origin chi, and heavenly court's origin qi to snatch cultivation resources. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan, and the more energy they can absorb. The longer the lifespan, the more it means that they are constantly absorbing and not releasing. In this way, the cultivation resources of heaven and earth will gradually dry up, and it is the same in the great thousand worlds. Hearing this, Wu Dao's true body understood. The 9 heavens as the to stop the ascension of the living beings of the middle world was the greatest benefit to them, and it was that they could monopolize the cultivation resources of the great thousand worlds. Therefore, the ancient emperors of the ancient era wanted to conquer the 9 heavens, crush the heavenly courts, and kill a way to ascend to the great thousand worlds. Since you are the enemy of the heavenly courts, why did you save Emperor Qing Yan and the other 2? Wu Dao's true body frowned and asked. The tomb keeper sized up Wu Dao's true body, as if trying to see through his cultivation. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "Given your current battle strength, you shouldn't have much chance of winning against the emperors of the 9 heavens. It's fine if you killed some constellation emperors, but those young masters of the sacred beast bloodline all have Dao imprints left behind by the emperors. Once you kill any one of them, you will alert the emperors behind them." Wu Dao's true body did not refute. His Yuan Wu Grotto heaven had not cultivated into a world. In terms of battle strength, he could defeat all the experts below the emperors. But against a true emperor, he did not have much confidence. That's strange. Dai Yu suddenly asked. Emperor Yen Luo should be the young master of the 9 heavens. When she died, why didn't you appear to stop her? Her? He. The tomb keeper suddenly laughed and said, "Even if I killed her, the Emperor Yen Luo would not be able to sense it and would not help her take revenge." Oh. Wu Dao's true body in Dai Yu revealed a trace of doubt as they waited for the tomb keeper's explanation. Suddenly, the tomb keeper changed the topic and looked at Wu Dao's true body. "You've been to the Avicii hell. You should have encountered something, right?" Wu Dao's true body recalled for a moment before nodding and saying, "In the process, there seemed to be 2 consciousnesses trapped inside." The tomb keeper said, "You should be able to guess that one of the consciousnesses is the Lord of Hell." Wu Dao's true body nodded. Be it the middle world or hell, there were rumors that the Lord of Hell was suppressed by the Emperor of Infinity back then. As a result, Hell was shattered, causing the world to be incomplete and the great Tao to be incomplete. After the tomb keeper said this, he suddenly shut his mouth and did not say anything else. Wu Dao's true body was about to ask when a thought flashed through his mind. He could not help but be shocked when he thought of a possibility. Wu Dao's true body said slowly, "You mean to say that the other consciousness in the Avicii hell is the Emperor Yen Luo of the 9 heavens?" Chapter 30-27. The tomb keeper nodded. Wu Dao's true body and Dai Yu exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Back then, the Empyrean Emperor used his flesh and blood to transform into the Avicii hell. Together with the hell-suppressing cauldron, he actually suppressed 2 emperors for an era until this era. One of them came from the heavenly court and the other from hell. However, at the same time, an even greater doubt surged in their hearts. Since the Empyrean Emperor was so strong and could suppress 2 emperors, why didn't he kill them completely? It was understandable that he conquered the 9 heavens and suppressed the Flame Heaven Emperor. But why did he suppress the Lord of Hell at the same time? What happened back then? According to the Fiend Master, he had been working together with the emperors of old to fight against the heavenly court for several eras. Now that the heavenly court still existed, it meant that the heaven-defying war back then had all failed. Every emperor of old who conquered the 9 heavens did not have a good ending and died in defeat. How could the Fiend Master live until this era? Just how powerful was the heavenly court? Wu Dao's true body said, "If I'm not wrong, the Lord of Hell should be on your side." Yes. The tomb keeper nodded. Wu Dao's true body continued, "If that's the case, why did the Empyrean Emperor suppress the Emperor of the Heavenly Court and the Lord of Hell? The 9 heavens as the court, enslaving all living beings. Wu Dao's true body believed that the Empyrean Emperor would definitely choose to conquer the 9 heavens and destroy the Heavenly Court if he knew the goal of the 9 heavens. That was because the Heavenly Court should not exist. That monk, at the mention of the Empyrean Emperor, the tomb keeper suddenly paused and revealed a look of reminiscence. After a while, he revealed a complicated smile. It was hard for Wu Dao's true body to say what emotions were mixed in that smile. However, he could vaguely sense that the tomb keeper might have a trace of admiration for the Empyrean Emperor. The tomb keeper said slowly, "He's a conflicted person." After knowing the origin and goal of the Heavenly Court, he decided to join forces with us to conquer the 9 heavens and break the rule of the 9 heavens over the living beings of the middle worlds. The 9 heavens are independent but also interconnected, forming a 9 heavens formation. Unless we break the formation, there's no way to kill our way into the 9 heavens. Hearing this, Wu Dao's main body suddenly understood. If the Devil Master and the Evil Emperor wanted to conquer the 9 heavens, the first step would be to descend upon the middle world. And in order to prevent the Devil Masters and the rest from attacking the 9 heavens' great array, the Heavenly Court would definitely lead an army to descend. Wu Dao said, in other words, once this war breaks out, the middle world will become the battlefield of the Heavenly Court and the underworld. Not bad. The tomb keeper nodded. It was precisely because of this that the 3,000 worlds were swept into the war, and the living beings of the myriad races were unable to escape. It was because the 3,000 worlds was the center of the battle, the final battlefield. The so-called calamity that swept through the 3,000 realms was because of this battle. Actually, it's because of the 9 heavens' great array that the heaven-earth yuan qi in the 3,000 worlds is so thin. The tomb keeper said, the genesis qi of the great thousand world sinks and passes through the barrier between the great thousand world and the middle thousand world. Much of the energy is absorbed by the barrier, and what settles down is the origin qi of heaven and earth. And most of the rich and pure heaven-earth yuan qi is sealed by the 9 heavens' great array and controlled by the living beings of the Heavenly Court. If not for this, the cultivation of the living beings of the myriad races here wouldn't be so difficult, and their cultivation speed would be much faster. Hearing this, Wu Dao's main body couldn't help but recall the time when Qinglian's main body had just ascended to the middle world and descended upon the Dragon Abyss planet. The heaven-earth yuan qi on the Dragon Abyss planet was thin. It was the same for most of the regions in the vast starry sky. Only some powerful realms relied on all kinds of natural treasures, immortal herbs, and trees to gather as much heaven-earth yuan qi as possible. Every war of the heavens is extremely tragic, the tomb keeper said. For several eras, the Heavenly Court has set up the heaven realm in the middle world to monitor and patrol the 3,000 worlds, and established the 9 sinful grounds to intimidate the living beings of the myriad races. Even if some realms and races know of the evil of the Heavenly Court, they don't dare to resist. Some choose to be neutral, some follow us to conquer the 9 heavens, but most of them will stand on the side of the Heavenly Court. Wu Dao's main body had a deep understanding of this point. For several eras, countless races and realms had chosen to conquer the 9 heavens back then. After their defeat, they were annihilated in the long river of time, and their bloodlines were cut off. After the Dark Emperor was defeated, the entire Dark World completely disappeared. Under such circumstances, how many realms dared to resist the Heavenly Court? Moreover, there was the years of intimidation and subtle influence of the Heaven realm. Every time the War of the Heavens ended, the Devil Master's side would be defeated, and the Heavenly Court would win. The truth of the War of the Heavens would be buried and erased. As time passed, in the hearts of the myriad races, the evil demons were the main culprits behind the catastrophe. Killing the evil demons was a matter of course. The Heaven realm even set up the evil demon battlefield, encouraging the geniuses of the myriad races to enter and kill the evil demons in exchange for treasures. Sword cultivators like the 8 peak masters of the sword world were righteous and straightforward, but when they heard about the evil demons and sinful spirits, they would still be filled with killing intent. Even the Iron Crown Elder of the sword world, who knew that the sword cultivators of the 9 great sins were not evil, did not dare to tell the people of the sword world about this matter. In the current 3,000 realms, other than a few imperial emperor powerhouses, no one knew about the existence of the Heavenly Court. Even he and Dai Yu had just found out that the Heavenly Court not only blocked the path of ascension for the myriad races, but also sealed off a large amount of Heaven-Earth essence Qi. The Tomb Keeper continued, most realms stood on the side of the Heavenly Court. Under the instigation of the Heaven Realm, they would definitely fight with us. In the era of the Avicii, the Lord of Hell's Hell Army was blinded by bloodlust. The flames of war burned some neutral realms and races, causing the deaths of countless innocent beings. At this point, the Tomb Keeper paused for a moment before continuing. Avicii took action. The Tomb Keeper did not say much about this battle, only a few words. However, Wu Dao's main body could still imagine the grief and indignation of the Avicii Emperor as he watched countless innocent beings struggle in the flames of war, running, crying for help, and dying. When the Avicii took action to suppress the Lord of Hell, those from the Heavenly Court were rather surprised and excited. They thought that the Avicii Emperor had suddenly switched sides and joined their side. The Tomb Keeper continued, but soon after, the Avicii Emperor took action again, severely injuring Yen Tian. He killed the 4 imperial emperor powerhouses of the firmament, Yen Tian, White Tian, and Black Tian Tian, taking their bloodlines and souls to refine the hell-suppressing cauldron. After that, he refined himself, using his flesh and blood to transform into the Avicii Hell, suppressing the Lord of Hell and Yen Tian within. The hell-suppressing cauldron descended, completely sealing the Lord of Hell and Yen Tian, until today. From the beginning to the end, Dai Yu had been quietly listening to the Tomb Keeper's recount of the past, not saying a word. Only now did she suddenly speak. The Avicii Emperor was not a conflicted person. Oh. The Tomb Keeper raised his eyebrows slightly. Dai Yu said, the Avicii Emperor took action to suppress the Lord of Hell because he could not bear to see so many innocent beings being implicated in the flames of war. He took action to suppress Yen Tian Emperor because he wanted to break through the 9 heavens and fight for a chance for the myriad races of the middle 1,000 realms to ascend. The Avicii Emperor took action twice because of the mercy in his heart. Chapter 30-28. The Tomb Keeper smiled disapprovingly and did not argue with Dai Yu. In his opinion, conquering the 9 heavens meant that countless lives would be sacrificed. All living beings were enslaved by the Heavenly Court. Who among them was innocent? Although Seamless suppressed Yen Tian, he also sacrificed himself and suppressed the Lord of Hell. That war of the heavens also ended in failure. Wasn't all of this going against their original intentions? Wu Dao's main body pondered for a moment and asked, since the Seamless Emperor suppressed Yen Tian and the Lord of Hell, why didn't he kill them? Why did he only trap them in the Avicii Hell? The Seamless Emperor was indeed compassionate. However, Wu Dao's main body believed that the Seamless Emperor wasn't inflexible. Whether it was the Lord of Hell's massacre or the sins of the 9 heavens, the Seamless Emperor couldn't tolerate them. Since that was the case, why did he leave the 2 emperors with a chance to live? More importantly, countless years had passed since the Seamless era. The Lord of Hell and Yen Tian were only left with a wisp of consciousness. Even if their bodies and souls were intact, could their lifespans last until this era? At the mention of this, the Tomb Keeper's eyes flashed with admiration. The reason for this is because the Seamless Emperor realized that with his strength, he couldn't kill Yen Tian and the Lord of Hell. Oh. Wu Dao's main body frowned slightly. With the Seamless Emperor's strength, he couldn't kill Yen Tian and the Lord of Hell? The 3 of them were emperors. If the Seamless Emperor could defeat Yen Tian and the Lord of Hell, why couldn't he kill the 2 of them? What was so special about Yen Tian and the Lord of Hell? The tomb keeper's face showed the vicissitudes of life. He said faintly, the few of us and the 9 from the heavenly court can all be considered to have endless lifespans. We can live forever, eternal lifespans. Wu Dao's main body's heart trembled. Were there really eternal lifespans in the 3,000 worlds? Wu Dao's main body said indifferently, endless lifespans don't necessarily mean eternal lifespans. Endless lifespans were only normal circumstances. If he met a stronger expert and killed them, he wouldn't have eternal lifespans. He would just live forever. Immortality meant immortality and indestructibility. The tomb keeper understood the meaning of Wu Dao's words. He smiled and said, "Your realm is not high enough, so you can't understand. If you want to kill us completely, unless," at this point, the tomb keeper suddenly paused. He changed the topic and continued, "In short, in the medium-class realm, we can live forever. Even if we fail to conquer the heavens and get our souls scattered, we will still return in the next era." Wu Dao narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility. Hell. If his guess was correct, the Lord of the Underworld should be on the same side as the Devil Lord. The Lord of the Underworld was in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If the Devil Lord and Evil Emperor were to perish, their souls would enter the cycle of reincarnation. With the help of the Lord of the Underworld, they might be able to reincarnate with their memories. No. Soon, Wu Dao's main body overturned this possibility. In the Devil Lord's words, he had revealed that there were a total of 9 great emperors in the heavenly court. Like them, they were all immortal existences. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain the Devil Lord side. However, the great emperors in the heavenly court were like fire and water with the Devil Lord. How could they live forever? How long do the great emperors live? Wu Dao's main body asked. 100 million years. The tomb keeper said a shocking number. An emperor's lifespan was 10 million years. When he became a great emperor, his lifespan could reach 100 million years. It was almost a qualitative leap. No wonder there was such a huge gap between the combat power of a great emperor and a great emperor. Great emperors should exist in the greater world. Although the great emperors lived for 100 million years, because of the War of the Heavens, almost all the great emperors recorded in history books didn't have a good ending. Why do the great emperors live for 100 million years, but you have endless lifespans and can live forever? Wu Dao's main body asked. The tomb keeper said indifferently, the opportunity to live forever is in the greater world. If you can ascend to the greater world, you will naturally have a chance to understand the reason. With your current cultivation, even if I explain it to you, you won't be able to understand. Wu Dao's main body was deep in thought. The tomb keeper was obviously holding back some words. Even if Wu Dao's main body asked, he wasn't willing to say it. However, from what he said just now, the tomb keeper revealed a lot of information. The tomb keeper had once said that the heavenly court was formed by 9 major forces in the greater world. This also meant that the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court should also be from the greater world. The reason why the 9 great emperors could live forever was more likely because their cultivation realm was higher than that of a great emperor. The demon lord and the others were the same. Perhaps because of some special reason, the 9 great emperors and the demon lord of the heavenly court were able to descend from the greater world. However, in the middle world, due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the combat power of these people would also be reduced. They could only use the strength of a great emperor. In this life, there shouldn't be any great emperors in Yen Tian, right? Wu Dao's main body suddenly asked. That's right. The tomb keeper nodded and looked at Wu Dao's main body with a trace of admiration. Wu Dao's main body had once thought of something. The infernal court had long been broken in the endless era. Why had it not been repaired after so many years? Even in the infernal court, wanting to step into the great emperor realm had become as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention becoming a great emperor. At this moment, he finally understood. The infernal court was the path of hell, and it was also the great path that the Lord of Hell cultivated. The Lord of Hell was heavily injured and was suppressed in the Avicii Hell by the Endless Emperor. Naturally, the infernal court could not be repaired by itself. Even if the infernal court could be repaired, no great emperor would be born in the infernal court. Because the Lord of Hell was not dead. This meant that his great path imprint was still in the infernal court. As long as the great path imprint was not destroyed, other living beings in this world would not be able to become a great emperor. The situation in Yen Tian was the same. The 9 great emperors of the heavenly court corresponded to the 9 heavens. Every heaven corresponded to a different great path imprint. The Yen Tian Emperor had been suppressed in the Avicii Hell by the Endless Emperor. Although he had been trapped for more than an era, he had not died. This meant that the great path imprint in Yen Tian had not disappeared. However, Yen Tian was one of the 9 heavens after all. It controlled endless pure heaven earth Yuan Qi and had countless treasures. Its situation was much better than the infernal court. Therefore, there would still be great emperors in Yen Tian. However, the great path imprint of the Yen Tian Emperor was still there. This meant that no other great emperors would be born in Yen Tian. When the Endless Emperor chose to trap the Yen Tian Emperor in the Avicii Hell, it was equivalent to crippling a great emperor in the heavenly court. As long as the Yen Tian Emperor was alive, no one in Yen Tian would be able to become a great emperor. In this era, the heavenly court only had 8 great emperors. No wonder the Yen Luo Emperor was so agitated and angry when he saw the hell-suppressing cauldron. Wu Dao's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something. Perhaps there was another reason why the Seamless Emperor had chosen to imprison the Flame Heaven Emperor in the Avicii Hell. End of chapter. Chapter 30-29. Wu Dao's main body asked, more than an epoch has passed. Have the remaining 8 not thought of saving Yen Tian Emperor? It's not that easy to save him. The tomb keeper said, moreover, Yen Tian is not dead at all. He's just suffering in the Avicii Hell. More than an epoch may be a long time to you guys, but it's nothing to someone like Yen Tian. Moreover, those 8 still have to guard the heavenly court and protect the 9 heavens' great formation. They won't leave easily. Wu Dao's main body thought and understood the reason. The demon master's side was always thinking of killing his way to the 9 heavens. If the 8 emperors of the heavenly court left the heavenly court and headed to the Avicii Hell, the demon master and the others would take advantage of the situation. The demon master's 4 paths could resist the 9 heavens for several epochs. Even if they were defeated, they could still make a comeback. Moreover, in the depths of the 4 paths, there was an underworld that controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and an extremely mysterious underworld river. Perhaps, this was what the heavenly court was wary of. The tomb keeper continued, in the last epoch, the 8 emperors of the heavenly court did have such thoughts. They wanted to save Yen Tian. However, they were worried that they would be trapped and did not do it personally. Instead, they sent someone else to the Avicii Hell. Someone else? The Avicii Hell was known as the void of time and space. Even emperors could not escape from it. Apart from emperors, who was qualified to enter the Avicii Hell? A thought suddenly flashed through the martial Dao body's mind. He recalled a legend that the heavenly wolf had mentioned to him. Back then, the 2 of them wanted to go to the Avicii Hell. The Sky Wolf was extremely fearful of the Avicii Hell and said that the Longevity Emperor had once come to the heaven realm. He stopped in front of the Avicii Hell for a long time but did not enter in the end. The person you're talking about is the Longevity Emperor? Wu Dao's main body asked. That's right. The tomb keeper seemed to be disdainful and contemptuous when talking about the Longevity Emperor. It was a completely different feeling from when he talked about the Avicii Emperor. The Tomb Keeper said, the Longevity Emperor cherished his life too much. He wanted to live forever, but in the end, he only lived for 20 million years. Wu Dao's main body was stunned. It turned out that the Longevity Monarch didn't die because his lifespan ran out, but because he didn't have a good ending. Wu Dao frowned and asked, in the previous era, the Longevity Monarch didn't help you guys conquer the 9 heavens, so you guys killed him? Hey! The Tomb Keeper chuckled, you're only half right. Chongsheng cherishes his life. Before him, several great emperors of the Middle Worlds were all defeated and killed. Therefore, even though he knew how evil the Heavenly Court was, he didn't dare to make an enemy out of them. Instead, he chose to join the Heavenly Court, hoping for a chance to ascend to the greater worlds and obtain eternal life. However, he was too naive and underestimated the methods of those from the Heavenly Court. In their eyes, let alone the living beings of the middle world, even the living beings of the greater world are just ants. Chongsheng thought that he could be rewarded by the Heavenly Court by lowering himself and begging for mercy with his identity as a great emperor. However, in the eyes of those people, he was at most a dog. Wu Dao was silent. The Tomb Keeper had just said that the 9 great emperors of the Heavenly Court all came from the greater worlds and were above the great emperor realm. However, he didn't say how much higher they were than the great emperors. What were the 9 great emperors' identities in the greater worlds? Was the Longevity Monarch just a begging dog in their eyes? The Tomb Keeper continued, Chongsheng didn't get the chance to ascend to the greater worlds, but the Heavenly Court didn't let him stay idle. Instead, they sent him to the Avicii Hell to save Yen Tian. Chongsheng came to the Avicii Hell and stayed there for 3 years. In the end, he didn't go down. Maybe it was because of fear, or maybe he thought it through. Even if he saved Yen Tian, the Heavenly Court wouldn't let him ascend to the greater worlds. He, the Tomb Keeper suddenly laughed. There was a hint of coldness in his laughter, which made one's hair stand on end. I don't know if he was too stupid or if he thought that those from the Heavenly Court were too kind. He didn't complete the task given by the Heavenly Court and still dared to return to report. Wu Dao suddenly thought of a possibility. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still asked with difficulty, he was killed by the Heavenly Court's great emperors? The Tomb Keeper said faintly, he went against the will of the Heavenly Court, which is a serious crime. For many years, he didn't get the chance to ascend, so he must be angry. In order to prevent the Longevity Monarch from joining forces with us, do you think those from the Heavenly Court would let him live? Chongsheng Monarch's fate wasn't pitiful at all. He had brought this upon himself. Compared to the Infernal Monarch, the Luo Tian Monarch, and the other great emperors who went to conquer the 9 heavens and died in battle, the Longevity Monarch's death was too humiliating. However, Wu Dao's heart was still heavy when he heard this, and he sighed softly. Because the 9 heavens were the Heavenly Court, blocking the path of ascension, and without the environment and cultivation resources of the greater worlds, it was extremely difficult for a great emperor to be born in a middle world. During this period, who knew how many years had passed, how many geniuses had been eliminated, and how many life and death situations had occurred? After the Longevity Monarch, who knew how many top experts had appeared? For example, Monarch Bosun, the Celestial Slaying Sword Emperor, and so on. However, in this era, there were also peak monarch experts in the various super worlds, and even peerless geniuses like Dai Yu. However, until today, no one had been able to prove their Dao as a great emperor. However, so what if they had proven their Dao as a great emperor? In the eyes of those from the Heavenly Court, their lives were still worthless. The Longevity Monarch didn't choose to go against the Heavenly Court. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of his life, or perhaps it was because he wanted to prove his Tao of longevity. Longevity, he had spent his entire life just to seek immortality. The Longevity Monarch was even willing to put down his dignity and compromise, but in the end, he didn't even get the chance to live forever. The longevity monarch had some tricks up his sleeve. In the end, he escaped from the heavenly court and returned to the middle world. The tomb keeper continued, however, when he returned, he was already on the verge of death. Not long after, he died. After hearing about the longevity monarch's past, Wu Dao and Dai Yu both sighed. The longevity monarch had risked his life to return to the middle world and chose to return to his roots. Wu Dao believed that at the last moment, the longevity monarch's heart was filled with regret. He regretted putting down his dignity and compromising. However, he didn't have the chance anymore. The only thing he could do was to return to the middle world and leave his legacy behind, returning it to the living beings of the middle world. After a long time, Wu Dao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He asked again, "Didn't you think of rescuing the Lord of Hell?" The tomb keeper was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. He didn't respond immediately. Wu Dao's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of another matter. This matter had been lingering in his heart for a long time, but he still didn't have any clue. Only now did he have some clues. End of chapter. Chapter 30. You tried to save him as well. Wu Dao's true body looked at the tomb keeper and said slowly, "Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a huge change in the Avicii hell. It shook violently and nearly collapsed, causing the hell-suppressing cauldron and mask of Mara to fall into Tianhuang mainland. At that time, you were near the Avicii hell. Therefore, I guessed that the change had something to do with you." When he heard that, the tomb keeper's brows twitched slightly. Wu Dao's true body continued, "Previously, I guessed that you were the emperor buried heaven because I thought that you wanted to save Emperor Bo Sun who was trapped inside. That was the reason why the change in the Avicii hell shook. However, from the looks of it now, the reason why the turmoil happened was because you wanted to save the Lord of Hell of the Avicii hell. Since Emperor Bo Sun was one of the 3 corpses of the emperor buried heaven, he should not be in any danger in the Avicii hell. Instead, he could make use of the Avicii hell to cultivate. Even in the battle back then, Wu Dao's true body suspected that Emperor Bo Sun's fall into the Avicii hell might have been intentional. If the change in the Avicii hell was truly caused by the tomb keeper, there was only a single possibility if it was not because of Bo Sun. It was because of the Lord of Hell who was trapped in the Avicii hell. That's right. The tomb keeper nodded calmly after being guessed by Wu Dao's true body. Thereafter, the tomb keeper lowered his gaze and glanced at the hell-suppressing cauldron that had fallen beside his feet. He moved his fingers gently and the hell-suppressing cauldron flew towards Wu Dao's true body. He did not use much strength and had the intention of returning it. Wu Dao's true body caught it casually. Immediately after, the tomb keeper said casually, "I crushed this cauldron back then. Right now, it's as good as new." True enough. Back when he heard the heavenly wolf mention this, Wu Dao's true body wondered if the hell-suppressing cauldron was shattered in the Avicii era or in the changed tens of thousands of years ago. Today, it could be said that the tomb keeper had confirmed it. Even if the Emperor Avicii was dead, the fact that he could crush this Emperor Divine weapon with his bare hands was proof of the Fiend Lord's strength. The tomb keeper said, "Wu Ji is indeed powerful. Even if I crush the subduing hell cauldron, I still won't be able to save the Lord of Hell. Unless we have the power to break the Avicii Great Hell, the 2 of them will always be trapped inside." Even the Demon Master couldn't do anything about it. He had once said that he and the others from the heavenly court were all above the great emperor realm. However, due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, they could only unleash the battle prowess of the great emperor realm in the middle world. If even the Devil Master couldn't do anything, then no one in the middle world would be able to save the Flame Heaven Emperor and the Lord of Hell. Empyrean had sacrificed himself, using his own flesh and blood to create the Avicii Hell, trapping 2 Empyrean emperors. This move was truly powerful. Wu Dao's main body said, "You pushed me into hell because you wanted me to form a relationship with hell. This way, I will naturally stand with you against Heaven Court. Not bad. The tomb keeper was extremely calm and could be considered upright. I did indeed have such selfish motives when I pushed you into hell. However, I also had another consideration. Once the war of the heavens starts again, the army of hell will be leaderless and no one will be able to restrict them from entering the middle world. It will be a huge disaster for the living beings here. If you become the new Lord of Hell, you can control this army of hell and restrict them. At least, you won't let the disaster of the Empyrean era happen again. I believe that you won't refuse. The tomb keeper wasn't wrong. He gave Wu Dao's main body a reason that he couldn't refuse. If this army of hell wasn't restrained by anyone or fell into the hands of some evil person, who knew how great of a disaster it would cause in the 3,000 worlds. Actually, even if the tomb keeper didn't choose to take the initiative to rope him in and add fuel to the fire, with Su Zimo's character, he would still choose to conquer the 9 heavens in the end. Dai Yu was the same. This was also the final choice of most of the great emperors. From the beginning to the end, Dai Yu rarely spoke. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Is the legendary 9 heavens Xian Envy Emperor related to the 9 heavens?" Hearing this, the tomb keeper smiled and said, "You are very smart. The 9 heavens Xian Envy was originally from the 9 heavens. Although she was in the heavenly court, she didn't agree with the actions of the heavenly court. Therefore, she came to the middle world and proved her Tao as a great emperor. She joined forces with us and started the first war of the heavens. So that was it. The 9 heavens Xian Envy of the great emperors was originally from the 9 heavens. In other words, for the 9 heavens Xian Envy, she originally had a better choice. She was in the heavenly court. As long as she stepped into the great emperor realm, she could choose to ascend to the upper world at any time. There was no need for this at all. However, she still chose another path. It was an extremely difficult path with a slim chance of survival. After several War of the Heavens, she didn't succeed once. Even in this life, when Wu Dao's main body was preparing to participate in the War of the Heavens, he didn't have any confidence. The foundation of the heavenly court was far more terrifying than he imagined. The great emperors of the heavenly court were also not comparable to the great emperors of the middle world. At least those great emperors had endless lifespans and would never die. As for the great emperors of the middle world, after they died, they would really die and their Tao would disappear. There was no chance for them to be reborn. However, Wu Dao's main body guessed that although the Demon Master and the great emperors of the heavenly court were known to be immortal, they were not without weaknesses. If they were really beaten to death, it would take a long time for them to be reborn and return to their peak. Otherwise, every war of the heavens would not wait for an era to start. In this life, although the heavenly court only had 8 great emperors, the Demon Master's side also had 1 less Lord of Hell. Moreover, in the middle world, it was still unknown who could prove their Tao as a great emperor. This great emperor of the middle world was extremely important to the War of the Heavens. If he stood on the Demon Master's side, there might be a chance for them to win the War of the Heavens. If he stood on the heavenly court side, the Demon Master's side still had no chance of winning. Wu Dao's main body pondered and said, "In this life, the heavenly court has 8 great emperors. How many do you have on your side? You have 1, Brahma Ghost Mother who controls the Ghost Tao, Evil Emperor who controls the Beast Tao. Who else? The Lord of the Underworld, the legendary Great Emperor of Fengdu? A total of 4. Fengdu?" When the tomb keeper heard this name, his 2 white eyebrows twitched slightly. His expression changed slightly and quickly disappeared. The abnormality that flashed across the tomb keeper's face was quickly caught by Wu Dao's main body. He immediately asked, "The Lord of the Underworld is not a great emperor?" Whether it was the existence of the underworld or the Lord of the Underworld, they were all very mysterious. Regarding the Lord of the Underworld, the great emperor of Fengdu, only the Wuxia king had mentioned it to him. However, with the Wuxia king's identity and strength, he probably did not know much about the underworld and might not be accurate. Chapter 30-31. The Tomb Keeper acted as if he hadn't heard the martial Dao body's question. He continued, "The two of you are indeed at the peak of the martial emperor realm. However, there is only one great emperor in the middle world. Other than you, the other peak martial emperors have the chance to prove their Dao. If they don't become martial emperors, they won't be able to fight against the heavenly court." The Tomb Keeper was obviously avoiding the question of the Lord of the Underworld. With the Tomb Keeper's identity and background, if he didn't want to answer, no matter how the martial Dao true body asked, it would be useless. Moreover, the martial Dao body had already sensed that the Tomb Keeper had the intention to leave. He ignored the Lord of the Underworld and asked again, "Where does the river Styx come from? Even if it is the 6 paths of reincarnation, where are the heavenly Dao and human Dao?" The Tomb Keeper ignored Wu Dao's question and continued, "Today's battle should have attracted the attention of those in the heavenly court. Of course, you haven't become a martial emperor, so they might not take you seriously. This is your chance. Be careful in the future. Before you become a martial emperor, try not to make such a big scene. See you again." Without waiting for the martial Dao body to ask anything, the Tomb Keeper's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. The world formed around the Tomb Keeper was also dispersing at any moment. The surrounding battlefield was a mess. Martial emperors' blood dyed the sky red, and many martial emperors' corpses floated in the sky. While Wu Dao and the other two were talking, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, and the other martial emperors of the Eastern Wilderness had already led the people of the Eastern Wilderness to clean up the battlefield and collect the treasures. Although their world was broken and their combat power was greatly reduced, they could still do some cleaning up work with ease. When Wu Dao and Dai Yu reappeared in the sky, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor went to greet them and handed over the many storage bags and treasures they had obtained from the battlefield. Wu Dao picked a few storage bags and was about to give them to the tiger, little fox, and the others, when he gave the rest to Dai Yu. Dai Yu shook her head slightly and took out a storage pouch. "I need some origin stones to repair the world. The rest is of no use to me." At Dai Yu's level, whether one could prove their Dao as a great emperor or not, one needed to have a deeper understanding of the Dao and some hidden opportunities. Wu Dao's real body took out a few storage pouches and gave them to the Divine Elephant Demon Monarch, Nine-Tailed Demon Monarch, and the other 5 demon monarchs of the East Baron before keeping the rest. The Divine Elephant Demon Monarch, the Nine-Tailed Demon Monarch, and the others were overjoyed when they received the storage pouch. One had to know that in each pouch, there were not only the treasures of the Emperor Realm Cultivator, but also the world fragment of the Emperor Realm Cultivator. The imperial lords of the heavenly courts had even more treasures in their storage bags. There were even some origin stones in the storage pouches that Wu Dao's main body had given them. With the help of these cultivation resources and treasures, not only could their worlds be repaired smoothly, but they could also improve their cultivation realms. With the end of this battle, the great wilderness finally regained its long-lost peace. In Butterfly Valley, Wu Dao's main body and Dai Yu returned hand in hand. "What do you think of the Demon Lord's words?" Wu Dao's main body asked. Dai Yu pondered for a moment and said, "He must have held back and didn't tell us everything. He even deliberately avoided some questions." "That's right." Wu Dao's main body nodded. The Tomb Keeper's appearance had indeed solved many of his doubts. However, there were still too many unknowns about the Tomb Keeper's origin, the 4 Dao's origin, and the underworld. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the Demon Lord, the Evil Monarch, and the 9 great emperors of the heavenly courts all came from the Great Thousand Domains and were above the Great Emperor realm. That was why he dared to claim that he had an endless lifespan and would never die. As for why the Demon Lord and the others fell from the Great Thousand Domains, he had no idea. As for what Dai Yu said about the Tomb Keeper holding back, Wu Dao's main body could also feel it. At least in the War of the Heavens, the Demon Lord's side might not be doing it for the tens of thousands of living beings in the middle world. They might have their own motives and selfish motives. Dai Yu continued, although he held back and even hid some things, his words are trustworthy. Wu Dao's main body nodded. After this interaction, he felt that the Tomb Keeper was rather magnanimous. There were some things that the Tomb Keeper did not want to answer and would avoid talking about. At least, he did not choose to lie. Moreover, many of the information that the Tomb Keeper said could be corroborated with the information that Wu Dao's main body had received. After returning from hell, Wu Dao's main body knew about the situation with Qinglian's main body. He also knew that Qinglian's main body had entered the tomb of the Great Battle Emperor and obtained the inheritance of the Battle Catalogue. The last move of the Battle Catalogue was called Battle of the Nine Heavens. When Qinglian's main body first saw the name, she did not think much of it. It was only when the Tomb Keeper said those words that she understood that the 9 heavens of the Battle of the 9 Heavens really had 9 heavens. The Battle Soul, Battle of the 10,000 Races, Battle of the Universe, Battle of the Past and Present. This last move was used by the Great Battle Emperor against the Heavenly Court. And those Jund tokens that were left behind on the path to heaven belonged to the powerhouses of the Great Sky of the 9 Heavens. Wu Dao's main body recalled the figures of those great emperors during the 10 tribulations of the true martial realm and could not help but sigh softly. These ancient great emperors sacrificed their lives to conquer the 9 heavens just to break the cage and give all living beings a chance to ascend. But in exchange, they were slandered for countless years. Some of the descendants of the great emperors were even imprisoned in the sinful grounds of the evil demons. They were cursed and scolded for all eternity, slaughtered by tens of thousands of races, never to see the light of day again. Wu Dao's main body was sorrowful. Even if the matter of the 9 heavens was made public now, how many people would believe it? How many people would believe the Demon Lord's words? Dai Yu was silent. To her, it was very easy to distinguish whose words were more trustworthy. Because one side had been trying to cover up the truth for countless years, erasing all traces of the past. To Wu Dao's main body, there was another reason why he was more willing to believe the Demon Lord. It was because of those ancient great emperors. Even if the Demon Lord and the others failed to conquer the heavens, they could still be reborn. And once the ancient great emperors of the middle world died, it meant that their bodies and Dao were gone. They knew that this path was very dangerous, and they might not even be able to return. But they still did not hesitate to conquer the 9 heavens. These ancient great emperors were the top geniuses that emerged in the long river of time. Wu Dao's main body said, they might not have been unable to see that the Demon Lord and the evil emperor had other motives. But they still made this choice. Dai Yu said, because the heavenly court should not exist. The existence of the heavenly court is the greatest evil. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. At this moment, the two of them made the same decision as those ancient great emperors. Conquering the 9 heavens. For themselves and for all living beings. Chapter 30-32. What are you thinking about? Dai Yu could not help but ask when she saw that Wu Dao's main body would occasionally fall into deep thought. Wu Dao's main body said, something happened on Qinglian's side. The two main bodies were communicating with their divine wills. Dai Yu also knew about the existence of Qinglian's main body, so she asked, danger? Where? Wu Dao's main body said, over at the Blood Ape realm. Dai Yu frowned and said, then I'm afraid it's too late. Even a peak imperial emperor would need nearly a day to rush there. It's fine. Qinglian should be able to handle it herself. Wu Dao's main body smiled faintly and said, even if there's danger, I can rush over in time. I can arrive in a flash. You can rush over to the Blood Ape realm in a flash? Dai Yu was rather surprised when she heard that. Yes. Wu Dao's main body nodded. Dai Yu said, normally, this is the method of a great emperor. Only a great emperor who has proven their Dao and left their Dao seal in a middle world can their divine wills envelop every corner of the 3,000 realms and arrive in a flash. Even a peak imperial emperor would need at least a day to cross countless realms and billions of galaxies. However, once a great emperor became one, their divine wills would increase exponentially and envelop the 3,000 realms. With their Dao seal, they could descend to any place in the 3,000 realms in a flash. This was the terrifying strength of a great emperor. The difference between the two was like the abyss. Therefore, Dai Yu found it hard to believe. This is the method of a great emperor? Wu Dao's main body was slightly startled and said, I cultivated 10 gates of hell in my martial cultivation universe. If 10 gates are opened at the same time, they can indeed break through the spatial barrier and descend to any place in the 3,000 realms. It was also because of this that Wu Dao's main body could return to the great wasteland world directly from hell. 10 gates of hell. Dai Yu had seen the power of the 10 gates of hell. Even the constellation Imperial Emperor could not withstand it and was shattered into pieces. However, she did not expect the 10 gates of hell to have such a use. In reality, the mystical abilities of the 10 gates of hell did not stop there. When Wu Dao first formed the Frost Hell Gate, his true body hadn't entered the Great God realm yet. Therefore, he couldn't control the entire Frost Hell realm through the Frost Hell Gate and sense the situation inside. And now, the 10 gates of hell were connected to the 9 hells and the Avicii Hell. Wu Dao's true body could even sense the consciousness of the 2 great emperors trapped in the deepest part of the Avicii Hell through the door of Avicii. Of course, it was impossible for Wu Dao's true body to release these 2 consciousnesses. He would not choose to erase these 2 consciousnesses. This was because if he killed the consciousnesses of the Flame Heaven Emperor and the Lord of Hell, it would be equivalent to saving them and allowing them to be reborn. He wouldn't act rashly before he had a way to kill the Flame Heaven Emperor and the Lord of Hell. However, he could use the 10 gates of hell to make some other arrangements. Wu Dao's true body had once said that he would provide greater opportunities to the people of hell. He could even guarantee that Hell Master Ku Quan would not die. He was referring to this arrangement. He could use the 9 gates of hell to send the Grotto Heaven experts of the 9 hells into the middle world. These Grotto Heaven kings had been stuck at the Grotto Heaven realm for many years. It was only because of hell that they were unable to break through. If these Grotto Heaven kings and quasi-emperors were brought into the middle world, most of them would step into the Emperor realm as long as they were given some time. Hell Master Ku Quan's lifespan would also increase dramatically because of this. At that time, the overall strength of this army of hell would be raised to a whole new level. In fact, the gap between the 2 true bodies had been getting bigger and bigger since they started cultivating. Qinglian's true body seemed useless, but in Su Zimo's heart, Qinglian's true body had an irreplaceable position and function. Qinglian's true body was his escape route. Wu Dao's true body was an anomaly. It was too special. Even the Dao that he cultivated was unprecedented. Wu Dao's true body had once flashed with an extremely terrifying sense of danger. Su Zimo didn't know when that kind of danger would descend. Even without this kind of danger, the expedition to the heavenly court was still a narrow escape. After all, in the past few epochs, none of the emperors had succeeded. If this expedition to the 9 heavens failed again, with Wu Dao's true body around, he could at least protect Dai Yu if he risked his life. Even if Wu Dao's true body died, he and Dai Yu would still have a chance to be together. Of course, this was also his own selfishness. These were just preparations for a rainy day. Everything was still unknown. At this moment, another matter flashed through the mind of Wu Dao's true body. In the previous battle with Emperor Azure Flame and the others, he had casually killed many celestial realm emperors. Among them, when 2 monkey kings died, a wisp of dark green light had appeared. At that time, the battle was in full swing, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, that power should have originated from some kind of witch curse. Why would the 2 celestial realm emperors have the witch curse on them? That day, Elder Taiguan and the others couldn't bear to see the blood butterfly demon empress being ganged up on and bullied, so they returned to the Sword Realm early. A few days later, the 8 peak lords of the Sword Peaks arrived together. They barged in recklessly without any notice, and all of them looked shocked. Something big has happened in the Great Wilderness Domain. Lu Yun said with a pale face. Calm down. The skinny elder frowned and glared at Lu Yun and the others. You're all peak lords of the Sword Peaks. Look at you, what are you doing? We've known about this for a long time. The old man with the iron crown sighed softly and said, I don't know why that demon monarch Xue Dai offended the power behind the celestial tribute world. She fought against 100 imperial emperors alone and even managed to kill 5 of them before she died. It wasn't easy at all and she died with honor. Since ancient times, none of the realms that fought against the celestial realm were spared. What a pity for the great wilderness. The fat elder also sighed. The 8 peak lords were stunned as they looked at the 3 celestial realm emperors. Lu Yun muttered. Lu Yun mused, of the 3 realm lords, the blood butterfly empress is still alive. Elder Tai Guan frowned. What did you say? She's not dead? Did she escape from 100 celestial realm emperors? She didn't escape. Lu Yun gulped. I heard that her Dao partner, the one with the Dao name, Araki Takashi, is back. What's the use of Araki Takashi coming back? The skinny old man snorted coldly before Lu Yun could finish. Lu Yun continued, Araki Takashi came back and killed dozens of celestial realm emperors single-handedly. The celestial realm suffered heavy casualties and returned in defeat. I heard that the blood of emperors dyed the galaxy red in that battle. It was extremely tragic. Elder Tai Guan and the others jumped to their feet. What? Elder Tai Guan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Calm down, Realm Lord, Lu Yun coughed softly. Elder Tai Guan and the others blushed. They knew that Lu Yun wouldn't lie about something so important. Has Araki Takashi already proven his Dao as a great emperor? Elder Tai Guan immediately thought of a possibility. But soon, he shook his head. No, if he has proven his Dao as a great emperor, everyone in the 3,000 realms should have sensed it. Tell us, what's going on? The 3 elders took a step forward and pulled him over, asking in a low voice. Almost at the same time, all the major realms received the news, causing an uproar. All the emperors and races were shocked. End of chapter. Chapter 30-33. Sword World. Lu Yun and the others recounted the various rumors they'd heard in detail, but the 3 old men were still unsatisfied and sighed wryly. Why did we come back? If I had known, I would have stayed a little longer. The fat old man grumbled. The many scenes of the battle had been spread by countless people. Even so, everyone was still shocked and excited when they heard it. One person single-handedly defeated nearly 100 imperial emperors. What kind of combat strength was this? The skinny old man was speechless and said, This Araki Takashi is really fearless. He even killed many of the Celestial Court's experts behind the Celestial World. Before Qinglian's true body left the Sword World, she had talked a lot with the 3 old men and mentioned the existence of the Celestial Court. The fat old man analyzed, This Araki Takashi is fearless. It's very likely that he has the support of an expert like the Demon Lord. Lu Yun said, Emperor Araki Takashi became famous in one battle and shocked thousands of races. I'm afraid that he's the most likely expert to become a great emperor in this era. Not necessarily. The old man shook his head and said, it's not that simple to become a great emperor. This Araki Takashi is the strongest, but he might not be able to become a great emperor. To be more precise, any peak imperial emperor in the 3,000 worlds can take that step. At least that demon empress Shuedai has a very high chance of becoming a great emperor. The fat old man sighed. If the two of them become Tao companions, as long as the great emperors don't come out, they can probably do whatever they want in the 3,000 worlds. I really didn't expect this. The skinny old man sighed. I thought that demon empress Shuedai was already a ruthless person. Who would have thought that there's someone even more ruthless behind her? Yulan asked, both of them are so powerful. Do they have a chance to become great emperors at the same time? Absolutely not. The old man shook his head and said, you haven't stepped into the great emperor realm, so you don't understand the reason. Since ancient times, only one great emperor can be born in each era. There has never been a situation where two great emperors exist side by side. As long as this great emperor doesn't die and his Tao seal doesn't vanish, no one else will ever be able to become a great emperor. The fat old man seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the 8 peak leaders of the Sword Peaks and asked, any news about Su Zimo recently? Lu Yun and the others shook their heads sadly. The old man with the iron crown had a conflicted expression. Su Zimo possesses the grade 12 creation Green Lotus bloodline and has comprehended 9 supreme divine powers at the true self realm. That's unprecedented. If he's given enough time, he'll definitely have the chance to become a great emperor in the future. It's just that in this generation, experts like Araki Takashi and Dai Yu are too dazzling. I'm afraid a great emperor will be born before he grows up. There was a strange black hole floating in the boundless starry sky. The battle of the great wilderness had caused a huge commotion in the 3,000 realms. Only this strange black hole was completely silent, isolated from the rest of the world. Inside the black hole, there was a path to heaven. At the end of the path, there was a huge pitch-black stone pillar. Around the stone pillar were 18 grotto heavenly kings. 3 of them sat at the very front. They were all peak kings and were taking turns to refine the pitch-black stone pillar. 280 years had passed. The Red Sea Monkey King had long made up his mind. Even if he had to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years here, he wouldn't hesitate. This great emperor divine weapon was secondary. Most importantly, it was very likely that the great emperor divine weapon contained the inheritance left behind by the Dojang emperor. The taboo secret manual, the battle catalog. Among the people trapped inside, one of them had the bloodline of the grade 12 Green Lotus of Creation, which was also a rare treasure. Inside the pitch-black stone pillar. More than 100 years ago, Su Zimo and the monkey had already obtained the inheritance of the battle catalog. The monkey had entered the blood pool containing the long-armed blood ape to receive the baptism and inheritance. Su Zimo sat before the Dojang Emperor's grave and comprehended the secrets of the Grotto Heaven. In fact, back in the Day-Night Land, when he had just entered the Dongshu realm, he had the chance to take another step and enter the Grotto Heaven realm. However, after weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Su Zimo did not take that step. His Tao fruit had yet to reach the Great Circle. However, he had a bold and even crazy idea. Su Zimo had been cultivating for so long with the help of the creation Qinglian bloodline. He was able to cultivate the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Taos. These 4 Taos did not conflict with each other at all. They all became his creations. For the immortal Tao, he had the taboo secret manuals, the 3 pure jade manual and the Daluo sword manual. He also had the supreme profound spirit Big Dipper Sutra and the void thunder manual. For the Buddhist Tao, he had the taboo secret manual, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. He also had the Great Vajrachakra seal and the Great Mount Meru seal. For the Fiend Tao, he had the Taboo Secret Manual, the Sky-Burying Sutra. For the Demon Tao, he had the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness that Dai Yu had imparted to him. He also had the Battle Catalogue that he had just cultivated. He also had the secret manuals of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and other sacred beasts. He had fused 9 supreme divine powers into his Tao fruit. At the very least, at the true self realm, he was incomparably strong and shocked the past and present. Su Zimo was prepared to enter the Grotto Heaven realm. However, he did not intend to form a single Grotto Heaven, but 5. The Immortal, Buddhist, Demon, Daluo Sword Tomb and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. In the Fiend Tao, he only cultivated a single taboo secret manual that was slightly weaker. Coupled with the Daluo Sword Manual, he would be able to form the Daluo Sword Tomb that represented the Fiend Tao. This was a thought that he already had when he was in the land of day and night. If he could successfully form 5 Grotto Heavens right after entering the Grotto Heaven realm, his combat strength would definitely increase exponentially and reach an extremely terrifying realm. Since ancient times, no one had ever done such a thing. That was because it was impossible. The amount of power required to form 5 Grotto Heavens was way too immense. Even if his Tao fruit fused 9 supreme divine powers and cultivated to the perfected state, the power he could release would only be able to help him form 2 Grotto Heavens at most. It was practically impossible for him to form 5 Grotto Heavens. When Su Zimo found out that this was the tomb of the Dozhan Emperor, he thought of a solution. Now that he had accumulated for more than 100 years, the time was ripe and he had once again grasped the opportunity to enter a Grotto Heaven. Boom! This time round, Su Zimo no longer hesitated. The Tao fruit flew out of his glabella and exploded under the control of his spirit consciousness. An extremely terrifying power burst forth and tore the void apart instantly, creating a gigantic black hole that reached the heavens. Su Zimo's eyes widened and were bloodshot. Using his spirit consciousness, he tried his best to control the massive power and split the black hole in the void into 5. Apart from the terrifying power that burst forth from the Tao fruit, all the Tao arts that were initially fused into the Tao fruit were released at this moment. Su Zimo split those Tao arts rapidly and sent the Tao arts that represented the immortal sects into the first Grotto Heaven. He fused the Tao arts that represented the Buddhist sects into the second Grotto Heaven. The first 2 Grotto Heavens absorbed almost all the power released by the Tao fruit and gradually stabilized. However, the remaining 3 Grotto Heavens did not have enough power to support them and were already showing signs of collapse. Chapter 30-34. Su Zimo channeled the Heaven Burial Sutra hurriedly and absorbed energy from the tomb of the Great Emperor endlessly, surging it into the 3rd and 4th Grotto Heavens. At the same time, he fused the demon sect's Tao technique and thousands of resplendent runes into the 3rd Grotto Heaven. The tomb of the Great Emperor was where demons were buried. There was no resistance towards the formation of the demon sect's Grotto Heavens. The 4th Grotto Heaven was the Zenith Sword Tomb that represented the Fiend Tao. The Zenith Sword Tomb contained the intent of burial to begin with and was similar to the Tao technique of the Great Emperor's tomb. Hence, it was only a matter of time before he made use of the power of the tomb to support the 4th Grotto Heaven. However, the 5th Grotto Heaven was the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. It was difficult for the power of the Great Emperor's tomb to be fused into it. Su Zimo was long prepared and channeled the 2 divine stones, illumination and nether glow, in his eyes. 2 divine lights, one black and one white, were injected into the 5th Grotto Heaven that was about to collapse and fused with the Yin-Yang Tao technique within. He made use of the 2 divine stones to support the 5th Grotto Heaven. The 5 Grotto Heavens had just been formed and were initially unstable, as though they could dissipate at any moment. However, as time passed by, the 5 Grotto Heavens stabilized. If Monkey were to open his eyes right now, he would definitely see an extremely shocking scene. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position with his eyes closed and his black hair fluttered without any wind. Around him were 5 terrifying grotto heavens. The first grotto heaven was surrounded by the 3 pure chis. Stars shone brightly and thunder rumbled, revealing all sorts of shocking phenomenons. The second grotto heaven had many Buddhas standing in the void and chanting loudly. Divine dragons and divine elephants coiled around them as companions. Within the grotto heaven, Buddhist light shone brightly and Sanskrit reverberated. Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. The third grotto heaven had bulls plowing through the skies, stone bears leaning against trees, anacondas plucking grass, sanguine apes flipping mountains, divine steeds galloping, tigers and leopards roaring, dragon kings trampling the seas, great rocks soaring and divine elephants crossing rivers. The 12 demon kings had all appeared. Apart from the 12 demon kings, there was an azure dragon, a vermilion bird bathed in flames, a white tiger devoured a corpse and a black tortoise treading on waves. The fourth grotto heaven was silent and silent. One after another, swords pierced the tombs like tombstones that buried the 9 heavens. In the fifth grotto heaven, day and night alternated. The sun rose and the moon set. There was a black and a white fish chasing each other in the sky. Su Zimo was situated in the middle of the 5 heavenly grottos. Receiving the nourishment from the 5 heavenly grottos, his aura was rising rapidly. Be it his physique, bloodline or essence spirit realm, everything was improving rapidly. The reason why grotto heaven kings were powerful was not only because of their grotto heaven, but also because their physical body, bloodline, and primordial spirit had been tempered by their grotto heaven. But now, Su Zimo's body, bloodline and essence spirit were being tempered by 5 grotto heavens at the same time. Although Qinglian of good fortune was still at the 12th grade, after being nourished by the 5 heavenly caves, her strength was rapidly increasing, as if she had been reborn. Within his consciousness, Su Zimo's essence spirit sat cross-legged on the creation lotus platform. His body shone with brilliance and his aura rose continuously. When he was at the Dongshu stage, Su Zimo's primordial spirit had already reached the grotto heaven stage. Now that he was at the grotto heaven stage and had formed 5 grotto heavens, his essence spirit had skipped 2 stages and reached the perfected grotto heaven stage. Su Zimo even had a feeling that he could fight against Wu Dao's original body, who had just entered the martial domain stage. If he were to release the secret technique of fighting the ancient and modern times, with the support of the river of time and his lifespan depleted, it was still unknown who would win. At that moment, Su Zimo seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Perhaps it was because he had made use of the heaven burial scripture to absorb the power of the emperor's tomb to support his grotto heaven, causing the surrounding tomb to shake continuously. Originally, there were 4 blood pools in the middle of the tomb. However, at that moment, other than the monkey's pool, the blood in the other 3 pools had all leaked out. The strange thing was that the blood seemed to be guided by something and surged towards the blood pool of the long-armed blood ape. The blood in the 3 pools came from the spiritual stone monkey, the 6-eared macaque and the red-bone horse monkey. Although they were of the same race, the 3 bloodlines were incompatible with the monkey's long-armed blood ape bloodline and rejected each other. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. Much of the blood in the 3 pools had already surged into the blood pool of the monkey. Originally, there was only one bloodline in the blood pool and it came from the same source as the monkey. With the help of the blood in the blood pool, the monkey had completely awakened the long-armed blood ape bloodline and its combat strength had increased tremendously. With the power contained in the blood, the monkey even had a chance of breaking through to the paradise stage. However, the other 3 bloodlines that flowed in brought about a huge crisis for the monkey who was in the midst of cultivation. Ah! The monkey cried out in pain and its body suddenly convulsed, as if it was in extreme pain. In fact, even without Su Zimo, the bloodlines in the other 3 blood pools would have taken the initiative to find the monkey. They had waited here for too long and there was no successor. Now that someone from the ape race had barged in, it did not matter if it was the long-armed blood ape or the six-eared macaque. The inheritance of the Tao techniques in the other three bloodlines could not be severed just like that. Therefore, the three bloodlines took the initiative to find the monkey, wanting to charge into his body and become a part of his bloodline. Instantly, an intense conflict broke out when the four bloodlines entered the monkey's body. The battlefield of the four bloodlines was the monkey's body. It was obvious how much pain the monkey was in right now. Poof! 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 The surface of the monkey's body exploded and a blood mist spewed out. Those four bloodlines were the rarest and strongest bloodlines of the ape race. Not to mention mixing four of them together, even if two of them were combined into one, it would still take the monkey's life. Those bloodlines did not have any sentience and were merely searching for a successor. Why would they care about the monkey's life or death? That was the reason for the current situation. The monkey's body expanded gradually with a pained expression that was close to madness. The veins on its neck popped and more blood gushed out from its wounds. However, its life force was weakening continuously. When Su Zimo saw that the situation was bad, he hurried forward and released his lotus finger to help stabilize the monkey's injuries. It was also a freak combination of factors. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to fuse the four strongest bloodlines of the ape race. However, Su Zimo's lotus finger contained the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Qinglian. Only the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Qinglian had a chance of stabilizing the four bloodlines in the monkey's body and resolving the crisis. Of course, this freak combination of factors allowed the monkey to receive the greatest opportunity of its life. Be it the long-armed blood ape, smart stone monkey, six-eared macaque or red-bone horse monkey, they were all the rarest and strongest bloodlines of the ape race. However, legend has it that there was an ape race above the four rare and strong bloodlines. There was only one of them even in the greater world, let alone a middle world. The first ape that was born at the beginning of creation had this bloodline and was known as the Chaos Fiend Ape. Chapter 30-35. After a while, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the monkey's condition had stabilized. At this moment, the ground started to shake. The surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, as if it was experiencing a huge impact. Su Zimo frowned and looked at the excited monkey kings outside. This battle imperial armament had already shattered. The reason why it could last for more than 200 years without being refined by the three pinnacle kings was because of the remnant consciousness in the four blood pools. Now, the four powerful bloodlines had all merged into the monkey's body. The remnant consciousness and memories in the bloodlines were also slowly merging with the monkey. Without the support of the remnant consciousness, this battle imperial armament was like an ownerless item. This gave the Red Sea Monkey King and the others a chance. At the end of the path to heaven, the Red Sea Monkey King and the other kings looked at the swaying battle monarch weapon in front of them. Their eyes flickered with excitement, and their spirits were lifted. Success! The refinement of this battle imperial armament was much smoother than they had imagined. The battle imperial armament was slowly being pulled out of the abyss. As it shook violently, countless dust fell. The two words on the body of the battle imperial armament glowed with golden light again. The Red Sea Monkey King and the other two peak-tier kings took turns refining this battle imperial armament. Today, Madan Monkey King, one of the three pinnacle kings, was refining it. This refinement had almost exhausted all of his Yuan spirit and Grotto Heaven energy. He didn't expect to see the light at the last moment. "Brother Madan, if you can't hold on, why don't I do it?" another pinnacle king couldn't help but ask. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Mada. I can still hold on." Madan Monkey King laughed. He was about to succeed, and this Ma De wanted to reap the benefits. How could he give it to someone else? The Red Sea Monkey King remained calm and didn't say anything. This battle imperial armament was already broken. It would take countless treasures to repair it. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To him, the true treasures were the inheritances within the battle imperial armament. Ma Dan Monkey King couldn't take them all by himself. If the Ma Dan Monkey King did not know what was good for him and wanted to take it all for himself, then he did not mind making a move and sending him to heaven. Those two little bastards think they can escape by hiding inside. They are too naive. Monkey King Ma Dan was in a good mood as he saw that he was about to refine the battle imperial weapon. Although he looked relaxed, most of his attention was focused on the Red Sea Monkey King and Ma Da Monkey King behind him. He was afraid that the two of them would attack him secretly for the battle Monarch weapon. Ma Dan Monkey King chuckled and said, "I'd like to see how scared these two little beasts will be after I succeed." At this moment, Ma Dan Monkey King suddenly felt a strong sense of danger and was shocked. With a nervous expression, he subconsciously protected the peak grotto heaven behind him and looked back. He thought that the Red Sea Monkey King and Ma Da Monkey King had attacked him. However, the Red Sea Monkey King and the Ma Da Monkey King did not move at all. The other Horse Monkey Kings also stood where they were. Ma Dan Monkey King seemed to have sensed something, and his heart skipped a beat. No. This sense of danger did not come from behind, but from in front of him. However, he only had one battle imperial weapon in front of him. How could there be danger? At this moment, a green figure seemed to flash in front of him. It was too fast. Ma Dan Monkey King's attention was partially focused on refining the battle imperial weapon and partially focused on the Red Sea Monkey King and Ma Da Monkey King. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Most importantly, refining the battle imperial weapon consumed too much of his primordial spirit and grotto heaven power. Not only was his reaction slightly slower, but even his dodging movements were much slower. When experts fought, they usually fought for an instant. Ma Dan Monkey King wanted to retreat, but Su Zimo rushed out of the battle imperial weapon and was even faster. His attack was as fast as lightning. The Horse Monkey Kings saw a green figure descend from the sky. The palm landed directly on Ma Dan Monkey King's head, instantly shattering his head into pieces. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and he died on the spot. The Horse Monkey Kings could not react for a moment. They were stunned and shocked. This was a peak king. He was killed by a palm just like that. He did not even have the chance to dodge or counterattack. It's him. The moment the green figure appeared, the Red Sea Monkey King and Ma Da Monkey King sensed it and immediately recognized Su Zimo. After all, the two of them had been conserving their energy and were in peak condition. Therefore, they could sense the abnormality immediately. Moreover, the two of them were very close to Ma Dan Monkey King. If the two of them wanted to save him, they might have a chance. However, another thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Borrow a knife to kill. If Su Zimo killed Ma Dan Monkey King, there would be one less person to share the treasures inside. The battle imperial weapon would also fall into their hands. The two of them had a tacit understanding. While they hesitated, Ma Dan Monkey King had already died. Right in front of them, Su Zimo killed him with a single palm strike. Seeing Ma Dan Monkey King die, the two of them were secretly delighted, but they did not reveal anything on the surface. Oh! The Red Sea Monkey King sized up Su Zimo and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He actually entered the grotto heaven realm? In just over 200 years, he had found an opportunity to become a king. Of course, his speed was very fast. However, this was not what surprised the Red Sea Monkey King. Instead, it was in this special environment where there was no heaven-earth yuan qi. How did Su Zimo obtain enough strength to break through to the grotto heaven realm? Yes, it must be the inheritance and treasures left behind by the Battle Emperor. Thinking of this, the Red Sea Monkey King's heart burned with passion. However, he still did not feel any danger. In his opinion, so what if Su Zimo entered the Grotto Heaven realm? He was only at the initial success stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. He was just an ordinary king. He could casually stomp him to death. How dare you kill my tribesman? Little bastard, you're courting death. An ordinary king of the horse-monkey race wanted to show off. He shouted loudly and held up a long staff. He held up a Grotto Heaven and charged aggressively toward Su Zimo. The monkey's transformation was not over yet. If the battle imperial armament was refined by the horse-monkey race's king outside, Su Zimo was worried that something else would happen. He had stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm and wanted to try out the methods of the Grotto Heaven realm. He did not hesitate and charged out of the battle imperial armament to kill the nearest king. Su Zimo was about to charge toward the Red Sea Monkey King and Mada Monkey King when he saw a figure charge out from the side. The other Horse Monkey King stared at him and cursed as he charged over. This Horse Monkey King held a long staff and descended from the sky. He smashed down with the force of a mountain, and the Grotto Heaven behind him suppressed him with an imposing aura. End of chapter. Chapter 30-36. Su Zimo stood on the spot and looked at the incoming Monkey King. At that moment, he had countless methods to release. Melee combat, essence spirit, bloodline, Dharma treasures, puppets. However, Su Zimo still chose to release his Grotto Heavens. Although he had successfully condensed 5 Grotto Heavens, he had no idea how much combat strength each Grotto Heavens could unleash or what the situation would be like against other Grotto Heavens. Out of curiosity, Su Zimo propped up a small Grotto Heaven behind him. The small Grotto Heaven was filled with scarlet, green, and purple lights. There were also stars that were bedazzling, lightning flashing, thunder rumbling and torrential rain. An immortal Grotto Heaven. Rumble. What shocked everyone present was that the moment Su Zimo's Grotto Heaven appeared, the Grotto Heaven of the Monkey King in midair began to collapse. It was completely unstoppable and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless Grotto Heavens. Without the protection of the Grotto Heaven, the Monkey King was riddled with holes by the starlight that burst forth from the Grotto Heaven before he could land and blood gushed out. Before he could escape, another bolt of lightning flashed and landed on his body. The Horse Monkey King was instantly reduced to ashes, not even leaving behind a corpse. All the Monkey Kings subconsciously opened their mouths wide as they stared at the scene with shock on their faces. The difference was way too great. That clansman did not even manage to touch the corner of Su Zimo's robes and was destroyed in both body and spirit while he was still in midair. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the Monkey Kings would have thought that Su Zimo had condensed a gigantic Grotto Heaven. Although they were both small Grotto Heavens, the Grotto Heaven of the Monkey King could not even withstand a single blow from Su Zimo's immortal Grotto Heaven and was as fragile as a piece of paper. They were not the only ones. Even Su Zimo himself was taken aback. However, he composed himself before long. After all, the immortal Grotto Heavens had a forbidden mystic manual like the 3 Pure Jade Manual as their foundation and were fused with many top-tier cultivation techniques. Within the Grotto Heavens, countless powerful Tao runes were nurtured. The Grotto Heaven released by the Monkey King was merely a small Grotto Heaven. How could it compare to the immortal Grotto Heaven? The Red Sea Monkey King frowned and could vaguely sense that Su Zimo was a little troublesome. Kill. The remaining 11 ordinary Monkey Kings reacted quickly and were enraged. They roared and attacked at the same time, releasing their own Grotto Heavens. Boom! 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 The 11 Grotto Heavens enveloped the immortal Grotto Heaven, wanting to crush it. However, the immortal Sex Grotto Heaven did not budge and Su Zimo was unscathed under its protection as well. Not only that, the Grotto Heaven, the grotto heavens, but the grotto heavens, of the 11 grotto heavens, were on the verge of collapse. What? The hearts of the 4 monkey races kings trembled as their expressions turned solemn. Even the 11 grotto heavens, the immortal grotto heaven, the immortal grotto heaven. The red, the heavens, Su. It seemed like this lad had obtained many benefits from the war imperial weapon and there should be a forbidden secret manual among them. If not for that, the immortal grotto heaven would not be this strong. Crack. 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 Cracks began to appear on the grotto heavens of the 11 ordinary monkey kings. The eyes of the monkey kings widened in shock. Even though it was the combination of 11 grotto heavens, it seemed like Su Zimo's grotto heaven was suppressing the 11 of them. Boom. 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 Seeing that the situation was bad, the 4 supreme kings hurriedly raised their grotto heavens to suppress it. If they still did not make a move, a few of the ordinary monkey kings would die. The 4 grotto heavens appeared at the same time and released an extremely terrifying grotto heaven power that battered the immortal grotto heaven. The Tao runes within the immortal grotto heaven gradually dimmed as it was suppressed. Even so, the foundation of the immortal grotto heaven was still there and it did not crumble. It can still hold on. The 4 Supremes' heavens' hearts skipped a beat as the killing intent in their eyes intensified. This human had just entered the grotto heaven realm and his grotto heaven was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to continue cultivating and develop, how terrifying would he be when he reached the next level and formed a grotto heaven? The 4 Supremes and 11 Ordinaries' grotto heavens made a total of 15 grotto heavens of various sizes. At the same time, they tried to destroy the Tao runes of the immortal grotto heaven and kill Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's expression was calm. In fact, he did not even try to counterattack. Instead, he carefully sensed the powers within the immortal grotto heaven and compared them. You guys are too weak. Right at this moment, Su Zimo shook his head gently and said indifferently. Immediately after, on the other side of the immortal grotto heaven, the void collapsed eerily in front of everyone and another grotto heaven was formed. The second grotto heaven had appeared. Pust. At the sight of this, even the Red Sea Monkey King and Mada Monkey King were shocked. This human had actually cultivated 2 grotto heavens after entering the grotto heaven realm. In the second grotto heaven, majestic Buddhas appeared one after another. They placed their palms together and looked down at the 15 monkey kings while chanting majestic Sanskrit. Green lotus flowers descended from the sky one after another. On the ground, golden lotus flowers that did not decay surged. Roar! Roar! Beside the Buddhas, divine dragons and divine elephants circled and roared into the sky. Even the Red Sea Monkey King and Mada Monkey King were shocked by such a phenomenon, let alone the Ordinaries and the Supremes. What kind of grotto heaven was this? Although their peak grotto heavens were extremely powerful, they did not have such a phenomenon. As the Buddhas appeared, Sanskrit chants reverberated, dragons and elephants roared, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses surged from the ground. The Buddhist grotto heavens had descended. The Sanskrit chants of the Buddhas and the roars of the dragons and elephants echoed throughout the path to heaven. The 15 monkey kings around Su Zimo were the most affected. The 11 ordinary kings at the beginning were already unable to hold on under the impact of the Tao runes of the grotto heaven. They were struggling to make ends meet. As the second Buddhist grotto heaven descended, the 11 smaller grotto heavens collapsed as soon as the Sanskrit chants were heard. Not only them, even the grotto heavens of the 4 Supremes were shaking continuously. Their glow dimmed and they were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Just 2 smaller grotto heavens were already so powerful. We can't let him live. The Red Sea Monkey King grunted. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and propped up his perfection stage grotto heaven. Behind him, a crimson sea of blood appeared with a majestic aura and an unparalleled aura. The power of the grotto heavens was overwhelming. Luckily, the two of us are here. The Mada Monkey King also felt fortunate. He said in a deep voice, "We have to kill him today." However, at the next moment, they saw the most unforgettable and shocking scene in their lives. End of chapter. Chapter 30-37. The remaining 17 Horse Monkey Kings attacked at the same time. The Red Sea Monkey King and Mada Monkey King propped up a perfected grotto heaven at the same time and surrounded Suzimo. The might of the two perfected grotto heavens was extremely ferocious as blood seas surged with torrential waves. Among the living beings of the 10,000 races, there were many that were proficient in fire Dao techniques. However, the strongest were the Divine Phoenixes and the Illumination Dragon lineage of dragons. There were also many that were proficient in water Dao techniques. The strongest belonged to the Kuan race. However, as the strongest bloodline of the Horse Monkey lineage, the Red Sea Monkey King was not only proficient in Yin and Yang, but also innately close to water Dao techniques. In terms of controlling water, they were not weaker than the Kuan race. Around Suzimo, mist filled the air and covered the skies. It pressed down on the two small grotto heavens of the Immortal and Buddhist sects. After all, the difference in strength between a perfected grotto heaven and a small grotto heaven was too great. Even though the Immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens were formed with taboo secret manuals as their foundations, they could not withstand the impact of a perfected grotto heaven. Furthermore, there were more than 10 ordinary and peerless kings attacking together. Creak! 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 A series of strange sounds came from the Immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens. The runes of Dao techniques flickered and even the 3 pure Qis gradually dissipated as the stars dimmed. The Buddhas were shrouded in a layer of water vapor as Sanskrit chants were intermittent. Qinglian and Golden Lotus were tainted by the power of the Red Sea Monkey King's grotto heavens and their strength was greatly reduced. The Red Sea that surged in the perfected grotto heaven formed by the Red Sea Monkey King was filthy and evil. It was easy for it to destroy numinous treasures and grotto heavens. The Immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens shook violently, as though they would collapse at any moment. The Red Sea Monkey King only relaxed when he saw that the situation was settled. He looked at Suzimo who was trapped in the middle and sneered, "To be able to form 2 grotto heavens, you're indeed impressive and can be said to be unprecedented. Hehe, but in my eyes, you're still too weak." The Red Sea Monkey King returned that sentence to Suzimo. Mada Monkey King also sneered and said, "There is a huge difference between a small success grotto heaven and a complete grotto heaven. Do you think forming 2 small grotto heavens can make up for this difference?" Facing the mockery of the 2 peak kings, Suzimo's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Oh, 3 then." The surrounding monkey kings were stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Suzimo's words. However, there was still a trace of doubt in their hearts. He could not understand how this human could still be so calm and composed under such a situation. There was no hint of panic on his face at all. Boom! Right at this moment, the space around Suzimo collapsed again, and a loud bang sounded. The Red Sea Monkey King's pupils suddenly contracted as it stared at the collapsed space. A terrifying thought flashed through its mind. Could it be the 3rd grotto heaven? How was this possible? It was already unheard of for all living beings of the myriad races to step into a grotto heaven and condense 2 grotto heavens. Could it be that someone could condense 3 grotto heavens? Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of such a situation. The Red Sea Monkey King could not believe it. However, the next moment, under the gazes of the Monkey Kings, Suzimo's 3rd grotto heaven was formed while enduring the suppression of more than 10 grotto heavens of various sizes and perfected grotto heavens. The 12 demon kings reared their heads and roared into the skies with torrential demonic chi and battle intent. There were also the 4 sacred beasts that exuded supreme might as they glared at the surrounding monkey kings with cold gazes. The demon sect Grotto Heaven had appeared. The moment the third Grotto Heaven was released, the pressure on the Immortal and Buddhist Grotto Heavens was greatly reduced and they gradually stabilized as well. Of course, the Tao techniques and runes of the 3 Grotto Heavens were still suppressed against the impact of more than 10 Grotto Heavens of various sizes and 2 perfected Grotto Heavens and could not retaliate. Furthermore, the Red Sea Monkey King had the bloodline of the Redbone Horse Monkey. A perfected Grotto Heaven that he condensed was far stronger than others of the same cultivation realm and was definitely not easy to deal with. However, this scene was way too shocking. The Red Sea Monkey King, Mada Monkey King and the others were shocked and could not conceal the shock in their eyes. This human had actually condensed 3 Grotto Heavens after entering the Grotto Heaven realm. Not just them, if this matter were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion among all the living beings in the 3,000 worlds and cause an uproar. He had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm and had already condensed 3 Grotto Heavens to fight against 18 kings, including 4 Supreme Kings and 2 Peak Stage Kings. This kind of combat strength could not be described as weak. Even the Red Sea Monkey King did not have the confidence to mock him at this moment. Fortunately, the 3 Grotto Heavens did not pose much of a threat to them. The Red Sea Monkey King heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, he had brought more people with him this time. If he had chased after him alone, the outcome would have been hard to predict. The battle intent emanating from Su Zimo's 3rd Grotto Heaven was familiar to the other Monkey Kings. This battle intent was even stronger than the battle intent on their bodies. More importantly, the demonic chi in this Grotto Heaven was too dense. Apart from the Redbone Horse Monkey King who could resist the bloodline suppression of the 4 sacred beasts, the ordinary Monkey Kings all felt a sense of trepidation and found it difficult to circulate their bloodline. This was what it felt like when one's bloodline was suppressed. Some of the ordinary kings of the horse monkey race looked at Su Zimo with a hint of fear in their eyes. Even the 4 Supreme Kings had a trace of fear on their faces. Seeing that they were still in control of the situation and had the upper hand, the Mada Monkey King's expression relaxed a little. However, he saw that many Monkey Kings around him were intimidated by the aura of Su Zimo's 3 Grotto Heavens and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He shouted, 3 Grotto Heavens are just so. Can a human king with an initial success Grotto Heaven overturn the heavens? What was weak? Their aura could not be weak. Is that so? Su Zimo raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, then 4 Grotto Heavens will do. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him collapsed again. What? The remaining Monkey Kings were shocked as they looked at this scene in disbelief. They were so frightened that they exclaimed. The 4th Grotto Heaven appeared. Compared to the previous 3 Grotto Heavens, this Grotto Heaven didn't make much noise. Instead, it was extremely quiet and lifeless. There were only tombs with swords inserted into the tombs. However, after this Grotto Heaven appeared, the Monkey Kings present all smelled a strong aura of death. It was as if the tombs in this Grotto Heaven were prepared for them. There seemed to be a mysterious power that wanted to drag them into the tombs of the Grotto Heaven and bury them. The Daluo Sword Tomb descended and the 4 Grotto Heavens appeared at the same time. The situation immediately reversed. The Grotto Heavens of the ordinary and supreme kings of the horse monkey race started to shake violently, as if they couldn't bear the pressure and would collapse at any time. Only the Red Sea Monkey King and the Mada Monkey King could still hold on. The Mada Monkey King was so scared that his face turned pale. His lips trembled and his voice trembled. Motherf *Ker, shut up. When the Red Sea Monkey King heard the Mada Monkey King speak, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. He cursed and glared at the Mada Monkey King, wanting nothing more than to go up and cover his mouth. Every time the Mada Monkey King mocked, this Su Zimo would create another Grotto Heaven. If this continued, they would all die here. Unfortunately, the Red Sea Monkey King was still one step too slow. 4 grotto heavens won't do. 5 is the best. Su Zimo's voice sounded again. End of chapter. Chapter 30-38. The space around the 4 grotto heavens collapsed again. The 5th grotto heaven appeared. Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. The 5th grotto heaven had just appeared and the normal kings could no longer hold on. The grotto heaven started to collapse. When the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven appeared, the grotto heavens of the 4 kings also collapsed. If it weren't for the Red Sea Monkey King and Mada Monkey King's perfected grotto heavens, which blocked most of the power of the 5 grotto heavens, the normal and peerless kings of the Horse Monkey tribe would have been killed by Su Zimo's grotto heavens. The 5 grotto heavens around Su Zimo showed all kinds of strange phenomena. Dao runes shone brightly, and his aura was overwhelming. He was like a god. The battle intent of the 11 normal kings of the Horse Monkey tribe also collapsed with the collapse of the grotto heavens. They didn't want to fight anymore. The longer they stayed here, the more serious their injuries would be. The 11 normal kings of the Horse Monkey tribe screamed in panic. They dragged their heavily injured bodies and ran back the way they came. "Don't run!" the Red Sea Monkey King roared. However, their lives were at stake. They couldn't care less about others. In fact, it wasn't just the 11 normal kings. Even he wanted to retreat. The 5 grotto heavens appeared. Mada Monkey King's perfected grotto heaven was showing signs of collapse. His Red Sea grotto heaven wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The 4 peerless kings of the Horse Monkey tribe were also shaken by the situation. They were ready to retreat. Fight! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the end of the path to heaven. It exuded an overwhelming battle intent that soared into the sky. Su Zimo finally smiled when he heard this voice. The monkey had come out of seclusion. A tall and burly figure flew out from the thick and huge divine battle weapon. His arms were extremely long, and his eyes were red. He strode past Su Zimo and the others and chased after the 11 kings of the Horse Monkey tribe. The monkey was very smart. After receiving the inheritance of the Emperor of Battle and the fusion of the 4 bloodlines, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Dongshu stage. He was only a step away from the Grotto Heaven realm. However, it was still a true spirit realm cultivator. Against a peerless king or a peak king, there was almost no chance of victory. Moreover, Su Zimo had the upper hand right now. What he needed to do was to stop the 11 ordinary kings from escaping. Actually, Su Zimo was planning to go all out and kill the Red Sea Monkey King and the others. At the same time, he would release the 6 Ding and 6 Armor Gods to chase after the remaining 11 Monkey Kings. However, when he saw that the monkey had broken out of seclusion, he did not bring out any other means. It wasn't that he held back on purpose, but that the monkey had been suppressing too much anger in his heart for many years. He had only killed a Horseshoe Monkey tribe member in the Blood Ape tribe and hadn't been able to vent his anger. Now that the monkey had obtained the complete inheritance of the Warring Emperor and had fused with 4 different bloodlines, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. It was a good opportunity for him to vent his frustrations on the 11 Monkey Kings that had escaped and test his own battle prowess. If the monkey was in danger, he would still be able to make it in time to help. Although the path to heaven was wide, there were no other directions or forks in the road. There was also no place to hide. The monkey descended from the skies with widened eyes. Suddenly, a 10,000 feet tall war soul appeared behind him and stomped down viciously with the exact same movements as the monkey. The 2 Horseshoe Monkey Kings that were escaping suddenly felt their vision darken. Instinctively, they raised their heads and saw a huge shadow that covered the skies. Shocked, the 2 of them raised their arms to block the attack. Bang! Bang! Two deafening sounds rang out. The two horseshoe monkey kings paused for a moment. The next moment, the sounds of bones cracking could be heard from their bodies as the monkey stomped on them. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died. As for the monkey, it raised its arms high and its hairy hands that covered the skies seemed to be holding onto something as it smashed towards the few fleeing horseshoe monkey kings. It was a strange scene. There was clearly nothing in the monkey's hands. There was still a distance between him and the fleeing horseshoe monkey kings. If he smashed down like that, he wouldn't be able to injure anyone. However, right then, a violent tremor came from the end of the path to heaven. Rumble. The thick and gigantic pitch-black stone pillar rose from the starry abyss and transformed into a beam of black light. In an instant, it arrived between the monkey's hands. Battle Emperor Weapon. This Battle Emperor weapon was originally incomparably thick like a stone pillar that reached the heavens. However, when it landed in the monkey's hands, it had already shrunk and fit perfectly into the space that the monkey's hands were holding. Just as the monkey descended from the skies and smashed down with both hands, the Battle Emperor weapon landed in his palms. The word battle appeared on the body of the staff and released a dazzling golden light. When the fleeing horseshoe monkey kings turned back and saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly took out their respective divine weapons and numinous treasures to block this attack. However, even if the Battle Emperor weapon was shattered, it was still indestructible. Coupled with the monkey's bloodline and war soul, the Battle Emperor weapon's combat strength was increased by 8 times in the Battle Emperor universe. It was simply unstoppable and could destroy everything. Bang! There was a deafening sound. 6 ordinary horseshoe monkey kings were smashed into meat paste by the monkey's staff. Blood splattered everywhere and they died. If the two sides fought normally, the outcome would be unpredictable and the situation wouldn't have reached such a state. Even if the monkey could win, it would take a lot of effort. However, the group of horseshoe monkey kings' small grotto heavens were shattered by Su Zimo and they lost their strongest weapon. All of them were severely injured and their combat strength was greatly reduced. They couldn't defend against the monkey who had broken out of seclusion with the Battle Emperor weapon and was in peak condition. The monkey came out of seclusion and descended from the skies, trampling 2 ordinary horseshoe monkey kings to death and smashing 6 horseshoe monkey kings to death. In just one move, he killed 8 ordinary horseshoe monkey kings. After landing, Su Zimo glanced over and his expression changed as he discovered something strange. Compared to before, the monkey's cultivation realm had increased after this fortuitous encounter. However, this wasn't the greatest change. The greatest change came from his body and appearance. The monkey's figure looked much stronger than before and his arms were longer as well. If one observed carefully, they would be able to see that there was an additional pair of ears on both sides of the monkey's face. There were a total of 4 ears that moved slightly and were extremely agile. Furthermore, the surface of the monkey's body seemed to have turned rough where there was no fur, as though it had turned into stone. The monkey's eyes shone with a scarlet light. However, under the scarlet light, his left and right eyes shone with a black and white brilliance respectively. Are those yin-yang eyes? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he could vaguely guess the reason for the monkey's change. There were a total of 11 ordinary horseshoe monkey kings that escaped. Although the monkey killed 8 of them, there were still 3 left. However, the 3 of them were proficient in certain concealment techniques and made use of spirit treasures and dermic weapons to retract their auras and cover their tracks. End of chapter. Chapter 30-39. Although the tracks of the 3 monkey kings were concealed, they could not escape Su Zimo's senses. Just as he was about to warn Monkey, he saw Monkey's eyes shining brightly. One of his eyes was black and the other was white, as though he could see through the void and destroy all obstacles. The figure of one of the Horseshoe Monkey Clan kings immediately appeared in his line of sight. Fight! Monkey hollered and raised the combat imperial weapon, smashing it down towards the Monkey King with a terrifying aura. The Monkey King used a secret skill to conceal his tracks and was slowly moving into the distance silently. He did not expect that he would be exposed so quickly. A thunderous roar sounded in his ears and the Monkey King could not help but feel shocked. If he reacted too slowly, he was smashed to death by Monkey's cudgel. Just as the monkey attacked the Horseshoe Monkey King, another figure appeared behind him. It was another Horseshoe Monkey King. When that person saw that his tribesmen could not escape Monkey's pursuit even if they hid their tracks, he decided to take a risk and risk it all. As long as he could kill this monkey, he would have a chance of survival. Monkey smashed his cudgel towards the Monkey King in front. Behind him, another Monkey King appeared and raised his cudgel as well, smashing it towards Monkey's head. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. Although the Monkey King lost his grotto heaven and was severely injured with his body on the verge of collapse, his eyesight was still present. The timing of his attack was impeccable and could be said to be perfect. By the time Monkey smashed the Monkey King in front to death, it was already too late to dodge and could only tilt its head slightly. Clang! The cudgel smashed heavily on Monkey's shoulder with a deafening sound. The sound was a little strange, it did not sound like it had struck flesh. Instead, it sounded like it had struck an incomparably tough rock. The Monkey King's arms trembled and his cudgel bounced high into the air. He could not hold on to it and his hands turned numb with a shocked expression. Monkey staggered from the impact and grimaced in pain. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. A tuft of hair on his shoulder was knocked off, revealing his coarse skin that was almost petrified. Although that cudgel caused him great pain, it did not injure his tendons and bones. The yin-yang eyes released earlier on were the inheritance of the Redbone Horse Monkey bloodline. The secret skill that petrified flesh earlier on was inherited from the intelligent stone monkey. Of course, the main reason was that the Horse Monkey King had lost his grotto heaven. His vitality was severely depleted, and his battle prowess was greatly weakened. Otherwise, the monkey wouldn't have dared to take the blow with his body. He had indeed received the memories of the 4 strongest bloodlines of the ape clan, but he had yet to fully digest them and cultivate them to the great accomplishment stage. Hee. The monkey turned his head and grinned at the Horseshoe Monkey King. He rushed forward, his blood and chi surging as he swung his cudgel and attacked. With just a few strikes, the Horse Monkey King could no longer hold on and was smashed into pieces, turning into a corpse on the spot. There was only one Monkey King left. Monkey activated his yin-yang eye and surveyed the surroundings, but he did not discover anything unusual. However, his 4 ears twitched slightly, as if he had caught something. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his figure was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside a pile of bones. The monkey stretched out his hand, and with a loud boom, he pierced through the pile of bones and directly grabbed the last ordinary Monkey King. Caw, caw. Monkey roared in laughter and grabbed the person by the throat with one hand while swinging his cudgel with the other. He smashed the head of the Monkey King and his essence spirit was destroyed, killing him on the spot. This pursuit took an extremely short period of time and could be said to be clean and efficient without any hesitation. However, a battle of a higher cultivation realm could not prove anything. After all, more than half of the combat strength of the 11 Monkey Kings had been crippled by Su Zimo. However, the methods that Monkey had revealed just now were truly shocking. At the end of the path to ascension, the Red Sea Monkey King and the others who were suppressed by Su Zimo's 5 grotto heavens were shocked when they realized what had happened. What had they just seen? The Sanguine Ape had released the legacy secret skills of the long-armed Blood Ape, Redbone Horse Monkey, 6-eared Macaque and Wise Stone Monkey consecutively in a short span of 10 breaths. How was that possible? What made their hearts skip a beat was that their cultivation realms were clearly far above that of the true self-realm monkey. However, when the monkey released his chi and blood, they had an urge to submit and worship him. It was as though it was an imprint that came from the depths of their souls and bloodlines and was difficult to resist. When they met Monkey's gaze, they felt as though they were facing a superior being. Something big has happened. The Red Sea Monkey King was no longer shocked. Instead, he felt a sense of fear and trepidation. The 5 grotto heavens before him were already enough to make his scalp tingle. What was up with this monkey that had just appeared? Run! The Red Sea Monkey King could no longer care about his dignity as he growled and channeled his bloodline to its limits, releasing his bloodline phenomenon and cooperating with the Red Sea Grotto Heavens in an attempt to escape this place. Do you think you can escape? Su Zimo said indifferently when he sensed the Red Sea Monkey King's intentions. Just now, he was mostly focused on Monkey and did not use his strength because he was worried that something would happen to the latter. Now that he saw that the Red Sea Monkey King wanted to escape, he channeled his essence spirit and the 5 grotto heavens spewed out endless Tao techniques and runes in a bedazzling manner that surged down like a tsunami. Boom! The perfected grotto heaven of the Mad Monkey King could not withstand it and collapsed instantly. The figures of the 4 peerless kings were also drowned by the Tao techniques and runes released by the 5 grotto heavens. Accompanied by tragic cries, their flesh and bones were destroyed and turned into dust. The Mad Monkey King was a peak-tier king after all and had a strong bloodline and physique. However, he did not last long when the 5 grotto heavens exploded at the same time and he died within. A few new graves were added to the Zenith Sword Tomb. The Red Sea Monkey King was already trapped by the 5 grotto heavens and the power of the grotto heavens spread and destroyed everything. It would be extremely fortunate if he could last more than 10 breaths, let alone escape. After breaking out of seclusion, Su Zimo had just entered his grotto heavens and had not used them to fight against kings. Therefore, he did not release the 5 grotto heavens right away. Instead, he released them one by one and slowly sensed the improvements and changes that each grotto heaven brought to him. Now that Monkey had obtained an opportunity and escaped danger, he did not intend to tangle with the Red Sea Monkey King. The 5 grotto heavens unleashed their power at the same time and Tao techniques and runes surged out endlessly. There were thousands of streaks of multicolored light and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Buddhas and dragons appeared. Sanskrit chants reverberated and demons roared. 4 sages covered the sky and sword tombs stood in great numbers. Yin and Yang fused, the power of the 5 grotto heavens erupted at the same time and the phenomena were too terrifying. The Red Sea Monkey King's bloodline phenomenon collapsed the moment it was released. No matter how filthy and evil the sea of blood in the perfected grotto heaven behind him was, it could not withstand it at this moment and rapidly dried up, destroyed by countless Tao techniques and runes. The Red Sea Monkey King's face was pale and he seemed to want to say something. However, as his Red Sea Grotto Heaven collapsed, his body was also torn apart by the 5 grotto heavens. His soul dissipated and he died. The 18-horse Monkey Kings chased after him from the Blood Ape world. After more than 280 years, they were all wiped out and not a single one of them survived. These horse monkey kings who had submitted to the heaven reverence world died on the path to heaven. It was as if everything was predestined. There is only one update today. Everyone, sleep early. End of this chapter. Chapter 30-40. The 4 bloodlines have already fused? Su Zimo asked. Monkey scratched his head. They should have. Furthermore, I seem to have awakened something in the depths of my mind and obtained some even more ancient inheritance memories. Su Zimo nodded to himself. In other words, apart from the wise stone monkey, long-armed blood ape, 6-eared macaque and redbone horse monkey, Monkey had obtained some other inheritances as well. Monkey's situation should not be limited to just the fusion of 4 bloodlines. The fusion of 4 bloodlines seemed to have caused an even more mysterious change in Monkey. The bloodline aura emanating from Monkey gave Su Zimo a sense of déjà vu. Back then, his second disciple, Carefree, released a similar might when his bloodline erupted in the land of Yin Yang and released the Kuan Peng diagram. Even the rank 12 creation Qinglian trembled. According to the Earth Kuan King, this seemed to be a sign of bloodline reverting. Of course, Monkey's bloodline was clearly not completely fused. At the very least, he only had 4 ears. If it was completely fused, he should be able to conjure 6 ears that could listen to everything in the world. With a single thought from the monkey, the shattered battle monarch weapon instantly shrunk to the size of a needle. He tossed it into his ear and it disappeared without a trace. Although the battle imperial weapon was shattered, it was a treasure left behind by the battle emperor after all. If it was nurtured in Monkey's grotto heaven in the future and refined, it might be able to recover to its peak. Both of them gained a lot from this battle and cleaned up the battlefield briefly before heading in the direction of the path to heaven. They arrived before the black hole in the cosmos. As long as they left this place, the two of them would return to the middle world. Suddenly, Monkey stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking at the corpses on the path to heaven in silence. Those corpses belonged to the ancestors of the blood ape world. Monkey had always been carefree and unrestrained. However, at this moment, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. A moment later, Monkey suddenly said, "I saw some fragmented images in the bloodline inheritance that I obtained. They were related to the battle back then." Su Zimo did not say anything and merely listened quietly. The Fiend Master mentioned many things about the War of the Heavens that lasted for several eras. However, there was no mention of the Emperor of Dozhan. Wu Dao's original body didn't have time to ask. The monkey said, "Back then, Senior Dozhan used the Dozhan Dao art to forcefully open up this path to the heavens. He wanted to reach the heavens and slaughter his way into the heavens. On the path to the heavens, he encountered many obstacles. He led his clansmen through bloody battles. Not only did they pass through the celestial tribute world, but even the monarchs from Great Sky couldn't stop them. Later on, the Great Emperor of Great Sky took action. Great Emperor Jun Tian. According to the Devil Lord, he was one of the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court. Monkey revealed a look of reminiscence and said slowly, the two of them were fighting on the heavenly road. Senior Dozhan was always at a disadvantage, but in the end, Senior Dozhan released the final move of the Dozhan catalog. At this point, the monkey paused and his tone gradually became serious. He said word by word, "With this move, Senior Dozhan defeated the great emperor of the Great Sky continent and the path to heaven was broken because of this." Su Zimo's mind was shaken, and he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The path to heaven was broken, and the emperor of Dozhan had died and left behind his inheritance. He had seen all of this with his own eyes. However, he had never expected that the emperor of Dozhan would actually defeat a great emperor of the 9 heavens in the War of the Heavens. According to the Demon Lord, the 9 great emperors of the heavens came from the great 1,000 domains and were all above great emperors. Even in the middle world, they were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and their cultivation was greatly weakened. However, their combat strength was still extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to rely on the 9 great emperors to seal and suppress the 3,000 domains for several epochs and win the War of the Heavens time and time again. Even so, the Emperor of Dozhan had still defeated a great emperor. Su Zimo suddenly thought of another matter. According to the scene the monkey saw, the Great Sky Emperor had already died in the War of Dozhan era. However, in the next epoch, which was the All-Heaven epoch, the heavens still had 9 great emperors. This point also confirmed what the Devil Lord had said. He and the 9 great emperors of the heavens all had endless lifespans and would never die. In other words, the great Sky Emperor had indeed been killed by the Emperor of Dozhan. However, the great Sky Emperor would still come back to life and recover his great Emperor cultivation. He would then enter the great Sky Emperor and oversee the heavens. It was also because of this that the Emperor of Avicii didn't kill the great Sky Emperor and the Lord of Hell. This was because he knew that he couldn't completely kill the two of them with his own strength. Killing the two of them would instead give them a chance to come back to life. If he imprisoned the two of them in the Avicii hell and made them suffer endless pain, in a sense, he would have killed the two of them. The demon lord didn't tell him the secret of eternal life. Perhaps the answer could only be found in the great thousand domains. Su Zimo gradually gathered his thoughts and looked at the end of the path to heaven. He sighed in his heart. Although the Emperor of Dozhan had killed the great Sky Emperor, he couldn't ascend to the heavens. He could only leave his inheritance on the path to heaven and wait for his descendants. The last move of the battle catalogue was indeed terrifying. However, Su Zimo's cultivation realm wasn't high enough and he couldn't comprehend its mysteries. The two of them stood solemnly and silently looked at the path to heaven that was covered with corpses and blood. It was as if they could see countless blood apes roaring and roaring. The two of them had respectful expressions on their faces as they bowed deeply before cupping their fists in farewell. In the vast starry sky. "Big brother, where are we going next?" the monkey asked. After leaving the blood ape realm this time, he didn't plan to return for the time being. He had killed the horseshoe monkeys in the blood ape realm. If he returned to the blood ape realm, he might bring trouble to the blood ape realm. Su Zimo did have a place in mind. This time, he left the sword realm and his first stop was the blood ape realm. He wanted to check on the monkey's situation. His second stop was this place. Su Zimo was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have sensed something and looked at the starry sky on the other side. There was nothing there, but Su Zimo's eyes were fixed on it with a solemn expression. A moment later, the starry sky suddenly split open and an old ape walked out. An Emperor realm expert. The moment the old ape appeared, Su Zimo felt a tremendous pressure. This was clearly the aura and might of an Emperor realm expert. Thankfully, Su Zimo did not sense any hostility from the old ape nor did he sense any danger. The monkey had never seen this old ape before. However, he could tell that the old ape should be from the blood ape realm and had the bloodline of the long-armed blood ape. Given his original cultivation, he did not have much of a chance to come into contact with the old ape. "The two of you are truly lucky to be able to escape the pursuit of more than 10 kings," the old ape heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the two of them were fine. The black hole in the starry sky isolated everything and the old ape clearly did not know about the situation on the path to heaven. Ever since the two horseshoe monkey emperor lords of the blood ape realm left, the old ape set off immediately to search for Monkey and the monkey. A long time later, he sensed an abnormal spatial fluctuation and descended, bumping into Su Zimo and the monkey. For some unknown reason, the old ape clearly felt something amiss when he saw Monkey. It was as though his bloodline was suppressed and he felt uncomfortable. Strange, the old ape was puzzled. There was a huge difference in cultivation between the two of them. Even if there was a suppression, it was the monkey opposite him. The old ape swept his gaze and suddenly fixed his gaze on Monkey's ears. Immediately after, his eyes widened in disbelief. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 30-41. For ears? Monkey's second pair of ears had yet to grow completely and were relatively smaller. If one did not check carefully, they might not be visible under the cover of his fur. However, the old ape noticed the abnormality of Monkey's bloodline and took a few more glances. This time, he was shocked. It was clear that the bloodline of the six-eared macaque had been awakened. However, according to what he knew, Monkey had already awakened the bloodline of the long-armed blood ape. In other words, the two bloodlines appeared in Monkey's body at the same time and coexisted without conflict. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Even the Dozhan Emperor of the past was only a long-armed blood ape. Good, good, good. The old ape looked at Monkey and nodded repeatedly with joy and gratification in his eyes. In this generation, the blood ape world was suppressed and bullied by the heaven tribute world. In order to protect the bloodline of the ape race, he had no choice but to give in. From that moment on, the members of the blood ape world no longer had the fighting spirit of the past and were dispirited. That was the reason why the old ape lamented when he saw Monkey endure for so many years just to kill the paragon true spirit of the horse-monkey lineage on the battle platform. Even after so many years of suppression, Monkey's fighting spirit could not be wiped away. But now that the old ape sensed the bloodline in Monkey's body, he felt that the sacrifice of his dignity and everything he had done was worth it. You fused with the bloodline of the six-eared macaque. You have to cherish it. The old ape took out a jade scroll and placed it on his glabella, imprinting a mnemonic before handing it to Monkey and saying in a deep voice, "This is a secret technique that can help you hide your second pair of ears. You have to be careful and not expose yourself easily." Although Monkey had never met the old ape, he could sense the goodwill in the latter's heart. In the old ape's eyes, he saw a hint of encouragement, anticipation and gratification. "Thank you, Senior." Monkey received it hurriedly and bowed in gratitude. The old ape waved it off and smiled. "It's just some tricks. You've obtained the inheritance memories of the long-armed blood ape and six-eared macaque bloodlines. Those are your true capabilities. You don't have a Dao title yet. From this day forth, Dozhan will be your Dao title." Monkey was shocked. The Daoist name Dozhan had many meanings in the blood ape world. It represented supreme glory. Ever since Emperor Dozhan, only the realm lord of the blood ape realm, or the strongest person in the blood ape realm, had the right to be titled Dozhan. Monkey was carefree and unruly by nature. At that moment, he did not dare to accept the Daoist title of Dozhan. The old ape seemed to have read the monkey's mind. "Since you've obtained the Dozhan Emperor's inheritance and the Dozhan Imperial weapon, you are the Dozhan blood ape of this generation." The old ape did not know the situation on the path to heaven, but he could roughly guess the situation when he saw the battle Monarch weapon hidden in the monkey's ear. The old macaque continued, "I've been given this Daoist name for many years, and I've long been ashamed of it. Today, I've finally found a suitable successor." Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. By saying that, the old ape's identity was obvious. "Little friend, thank you for your help this time." The elder ape looked at Su Zimo and cupped his hands in thanks. It was rare for an imperial emperor to treat an immortal king in such a manner. The old ape was truly grateful toward Su Zimo. Back then, he was being watched by the two-horse monkey emperors and could not make a move. Initially, he had planned to give up on Monkey. If not for Su Zimo, this clansman with the Tongbi and six-eared bloodlines would have died in the blood ape realm. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Su Zimo hurriedly returned the greeting. "Senior, you're too kind. Monkey and I have been brothers for many years. Naturally, I won't watch him suffer. Little friend, I have another request." The old ape pondered for a moment and pointed at Monkey. "There are two-horse monkey emperors watching over the blood ape realm. Now that something like this has happened, I'm afraid he won't be able to return in the future. I can only ask you to take care of him." Ever since the two-horse monkey emperors left, the old ape had left as well to search for Monkey's whereabouts in the vast cosmos. He did not know the situation in the great desolate world. In his opinion, there was no suspense in that battle. The two-horse monkey emperors would return to the blood ape realm soon. With me around, I'll naturally be able to protect him. Su Zimo's tone was firm. Thereafter, he thought for a moment and said, "Senior, you don't have to worry too much. The two-horse monkey emperors shouldn't be able to return. The old ape frowned, not understanding what Su Zimo meant. He did not ask further and merely treated it as a casual remark from Su Zimo. What could this young man know when he had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm? The old ape sighed. It's nothing if it's just two-horse monkey emperors. However, the celestial tribute world behind them is way too troublesome. Little friend, you killed someone from the celestial tribute world in the blood ape realm. You must be careful in the future. Celestial tribute world? Su Zimo raised his brows slightly and suddenly chuckled. They should be busy with their own affairs right now and won't have the time to bother about me. The celestial tribute world had lost dozens of emperor lords and suffered heavy losses. Who would care about the few dead Grotto Heaven kings of the blood ape realm? The old ape was even more confused. What nonsense was this young man spouting? Why would the celestial tribute world be busy with their own affairs? The old ape looked at Su Zimo and said earnestly, "Little friend, you're still young and might not know much about the celestial tribute world. The celestial tribute world can monitor the living beings of the 3,000 worlds. Their strength and foundation cannot be underestimated. Little friend, you must not underestimate them." "You're right, senior," Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything else. "Where do you guys plan to go from now on?" the old ape asked. Su Zimo replied in a deep voice, "We might go to other worlds and look for some old friends." The old ape thought for a moment and said, "That's good too. However, some of the worlds are in war right now. It's better for you guys to avoid them. For example, the war between the two super great worlds, the Kunpeng and the Dragon and Phoenix races. The war between the dragons and phoenixes isn't over yet?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. The old ape shook his head. The Dragon World and Parasol World are both super great worlds as well. The war has already broken out and hundreds of worlds of various sizes are involved. The situation is extremely tragic. The Dragon World and Parasol World would be on good terms with some super great worlds and high-level worlds. They also had some middle-level and low-level worlds under them. Once a war broke out, many worlds would be forced to participate. The old ape continued, "Based on what I know, some worlds have already been destroyed and some living beings have been wiped out. Over the years, there have even been Imperial Lord experts from the Parasol World and Dragon World who have died one after another." Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Even Imperial Lord experts were dead. To think that the war between the two races would reach such an extent. Although the bloodline strength of dragons stood at the peak of all living beings, there were very few dragons. Not to mention the death of an imperial monarch of the dragon race, even the death of a king of the dragon race was a huge loss to the dragon race. For the two super great worlds, it was probably a situation where they would fight to the death. The old ape continued, "A war between worlds of this level is extremely cruel. Even the kings of Grotto Heavens might not be able to survive if they're caught in it." A look of worry flashed through Su Zimo's eyes when he heard that. End of chapter. Chapter 3042. The old ape instructed the two of them before returning to the sanguine ape world. Monkey seemed to have sensed the worry in Su Zimo's heart and asked, "Do you have any old friends in the dragon world?" Su Zimo nodded. Long Ran. Long Ran was also the red-headed ghost of Tianhuang mainland. The reason why Su Zimo was able to stand at the peak of Tianhuang mainland was because the red-headed ghost helped him immensely and even saved his life. In fact, the red-headed ghost was partly responsible for the existence of the dragon phoenix true body. Although Su Zimo often referred to Long Ran as the red-headed ghost, he was actually extremely respectful towards the latter. In Su Zimo's heart, Long Ran was both a master and a father. He was not just an old friend of Tianhuang mainland. Therefore, when he met Long Li on the Dragon Abyss planet, he took the initiative to ask about the red-headed ghost and hoped that the Long Leek could take care of him. After leaving the Sword World this time round, the first thing he thought of was to look for Monkey, and the second was the red-headed ghost. Right now, Night Spirit was nowhere to be found. Yun Zhu had always been in contact with Yun Ting and had once revealed Xiaoning's situation to Su Zimo through Yun Ting. Xiaoning was currently in the Red Firmament Immortal domain of the Heaven Realm, and everything was going smoothly without any major issues. Although Su Zimo missed her, he was not worried. One day, he would return to the Heaven Realm and settle some grudges. As for the red-headed ghost, although he had Long Li to take care of him in the Dragon World, if he was in the midst of a war between the dragon and Phoenix, a king of a grotto heaven like him could die at any moment. A war between super worlds would most likely be precarious as well. Now that he heard that the war between the dragon and Phoenix was so tragic, he was even more worried about the red-headed ghost situation. Monkey knew how important the red-headed ghost was to Su Zimo and said, "Let's go, let's head to the Dragon World. I haven't seen a war between realms before. It's a good opportunity to experience it and test out my methods." "Of course we have to go to the Dragon World," Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "however, we don't have to interfere in the war between the dragon and Phoenix. If possible, let's just take the red-headed ghost away." This battle between the dragons and the phoenixes had been going on for many years, and he had no idea what the cause was. Moreover, under the circumstances that even imperial monarchs from both sides had perished in this realm war, it was already a situation where only one side would stop until the other was annihilated. There was no room for negotiation at all. Su Zimo knew his own limits. At the very least, with the cultivation base of Qinglian's true body, she wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation even if she were to participate. He only had a single objective for heading to the Dragon World this time round, and that was to bring the red-headed ghost away from the danger zone. The old ape sped through the spatial tunnel at an extremely fast speed. Thinking about it, he had been out for quite some time. He had to return before the two-horse monkey Emperor monarchs returned. Only then would there be no other trouble. After all, the old ape was a peak imperial emperor. In less than 4 hours, he had already returned to the Blood Ape realm. As soon as he arrived before the cave abode, another Blood Ape imperial monarch welcomed him with an extremely shocked expression. There was even a wisp of shock in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Sector Lord, something big has happened." The old macaque's heart sank, and it quickly asked, "Have the two macaques returned?" "No." The Blood Ape imperial monarch shook his head and swallowed his saliva. "They probably won't be able to return, The old ape frowned. He seemed to have heard that just now. "What do you mean?" The old ape frowned and asked. The Blood Ape imperial monarch grinned and said, "There's a huge battle in the Great Wilderness domain. The Celestial Tribute domain and the faction behind them sent out 100 imperial monarchs to besiege the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. I know about that." The old ape was a little impatient and interrupted, "The two macaques also went. Although the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress is invincible, she can't stop 100 imperial monarchs. She's doomed." "What do you mean by they won't be able to return?" "Sector Lord, you've guessed wrong." The Blood Ape imperial monarch seemed to be extremely agitated at the mention of that. His voice trembled as he said, "More than half of the 100 imperial monarchs from the Celestial Tribute domain were killed or injured. They returned in defeat." "What?" The old ape was shocked and exclaimed. "That Blood Butterfly has become a great emperor?" The old ape blurted out, but he immediately denied it. "No, that's impossible. There will definitely be a phenomenon when one becomes a great emperor. All living beings will sense it. It's Araki Takeshi." The Blood Ape imperial monarch said. Araki Takeshi returned in time. He suppressed 100 imperial monarchs by himself and was invincible. More than 10 peak imperial monarchs died. The two macaques also died at the hands of Araki Takeshi. The old ape subconsciously opened his mouth and eyes wide when he heard that. His mind was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. More than half of the 100 imperial monarchs were killed or injured. More than 10 peak imperial monarchs had died. The celestial tribute domain was defeated. And it was a crushing defeat. On one hand, the old ape was shocked by Araki Takeshi's terrifying combat strength. On the other hand, he felt an indescribable joy when he learned that the celestial tribute domain had suffered a crushing defeat and that the two macaques had died. It was as if the emotions that he had suppressed for many years were all vented at this moment. Good, good. After some time, the old macaque only repeated the word good repeatedly. There's more. The Blood Ape Imperial Monarch continued. More than 200 years ago, the Red Sea Monkey King and the others who chased after Yuan Huang and that sword cultivator have been returning all these years. Not long ago, the macaque race sent news that the soul jades of the 18 kings have shattered. The old ape's eyes lit up. The shattering of the soul jades meant that the 18 Grotto Heaven kings were dead. Just now. Monkey didn't say much about the situation of the two of them. He only mentioned briefly that the two of them were trapped in a black hole in space for more than 200 years and obtained the inheritance of the Dozhan Emperor by chance. The old ape thought that the Red Sea Monkey King and the others had lost them and didn't ask much. He didn't expect all 18 kings of the macaque race to be dead. Based on the timing, could the deaths of the Red Sea Monkey King and the others be related to the two of them? Impossible. Judging from Su Zimo's aura, he had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. How could he have killed the Red Sea Monkey King and the other kings? Something must have happened. The old ape shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. After all, compared to the battle at Great Wilderness Domain, the deaths of the 18 macaque kings were nothing. It was only at this moment that he understood the meaning behind Su Zimo's earlier words. All of a sudden. The old ape's expression changed as though he thought of something. Something was wrong. According to Monkey, the two of them were trapped in that black hole in space for more than 200 years and had just come out of seclusion. How did Su Zimo know about the death of the Emperor Lord and the crushing defeat of the celestial tribute world? The old ape frowned with a puzzled expression. Emperor Lord, with the deaths of kings one after another, the macaque race is already in a mess. Coupled with the crushing defeat of the celestial tribute world, they probably won't care about them anymore, the Blood Ape Emperor Lord said with a smile. At the mention of this, a bloody glint flashed through the old ape's eyes. We can make use of this opportunity to settle old scores with those macaques. The old ape said slowly with a sinister tone, sweeping away his lethargy. Given the old ape's abilities and methods, he could use this opportunity to regain control of the Blood Ape world and break free from the surveillance and restrictions of the celestial tribute world. However, the old ape still didn't intend to let Monkey return. The upheaval of the 3,000 worlds had already occurred and a great war was about to begin. Many years ago, he let go of his dignity and chose to lower his head to the celestial tribute world. This time, he was going to hold his head high and never return. Unyielding, resisting and fighting against the heavens. That was the glory of the Blood Ape race. If they lost, Monkey would be the future hope of the Blood Ape world. Chapter 30-43. The war between dragons and phoenixes lasted for many years. At the beginning of the war, it was only a small-scale conflict with both sides winning and losing. However, it didn't take long for the war to escalate, expand, and spread. It involved hundreds of realms and even other super big realms. At first, the war was in a stalemate. As time passed, the number of experts from the various races who stood on the side of the dragon world decreased, causing the situation to gradually change. The dragons gradually showed signs of defeat. Some of the large and small worlds that they had conquered also broke away from the control of the dragon world. They either chose to join the Wutong world or leave. As a super world like the Blood world joined the battlefield, the Tomb world, Poison world, Bone world, and other powerful worlds that had risen in recent years also stood on the side of the Wutong world. The dragons were defeated one after another. Both sides even had a war between emperors and suffered heavy losses. However, because the number of dragons was small and they did not have any helpers, the impact of this loss on the dragons was even greater. The dragon world had the Horn Dragon Domain, Azure Dragon Domain, Chi Dragon Domain, Torch Dragon Domain, and Ing Dragon Domain. The 5 dragon domains were connected and formed a powerful coiling dragon formation. Now, all the dragons had retreated to the dragon world and relied on this formation to defend. Su Zimo and Monkey rushed over and heard a lot of news about the war between dragons and phoenixes. Both of them heard many rumors about the cause of this war. On this day, according to the guidance of the Starry Sky map, Su Zimo and Monkey had already arrived near the dragon world and left the spatial tunnel. The moment they arrived in the Starry Sky, a strong smell of blood assaulted them, suffocating them. The two of them looked over and could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a glaring blood red. There was blood everywhere and the original color of the Starry Sky could no longer be seen. Back then, when Su Zimo and the people of the Sword World were on their way to the Celestial Tribute World for the first time, they had encountered the destruction of the 7-star Sword World. Billions of living beings died tragically and their blood condensed, forming an extremely shocking blood river in the Starry Sky. But now, the vast Starry Sky had been dyed into a boundless sea of blood. How many people have died? Monkey grinned and took a deep breath. After all, Su Zimo had traveled through the 3,000 worlds before. The knowledge of his 2 true bodies far surpassed others. But after the monkey ascended, he had always stayed in the Blood Ape world, so he had never seen such a scene. The two of them traveled for nearly half a day. The Starry Sky beneath their feet was dyed red. It was easy to imagine how intense the battle back then had been. This was the war between super great worlds. It was cruel and bloody. The lives of tens of thousands of living beings were as worthless as grass under the engulfment of war. In order to form such a boundless sea of blood, the number of living beings that had died was uncountable. The battle between the two sides is indeed very meticulous. As Monkey walked, he mumbled, to think that there aren't any corpses on the battlefield despite fighting to this extent. Even severed limbs are rarely seen. Su Zimo frowned. Generally speaking, after a great battle, there would be people cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the treasures left behind. However, it was indeed rare for a battlefield to be cleared to such an extent. Where is the Dragon Realm? Why can't I see any traces of it? After searching for half a day, Monkey gradually grew impatient. It's right ahead. Su Zimo looked into the distance with a shimmering gaze. The surrounding blood flowed to the front as though it was blocked by something and could not continue spreading. If Su Zimo's guess was right, the Dragon Realm was right ahead. Due to the coiling dragon formation that enveloped the entire territory of the Dragon Realm, the sea of blood beneath their feet could not flow over. Right now, the battle between the dragons and phoenixes had yet to end. Although the two of them did not have any enmity, it was not appropriate for them to barge in rashly. Is anyone there? Monkey stood outside the dragon world and shouted, "We brothers have come to the dragon world to visit an old friend." During this period of time, there would definitely be dragons patrolling the dragon realm. Not long after the two of them arrived, they attracted the attention of a few dragons. All of a sudden, a series of ripples appeared in the void ahead like a water curtain. What are you shouting for? Close in, the water curtain parted and 2 dragons walked out. Wearing battle armor and wielding long spears, they glared at Monkey with unfriendly expressions and hollered. What are you saying? Monkey raised his brow with a ferocious gaze. But soon, he recalled the purpose of their visit and endured it. He merely smacked his lips and ignored the two dragons. Of the two dragons before him, one was at True Self realm while the other was at Divine Essence realm. Given Monkey's current combat strength, the two dragons were truly not worthy of his attention. Humph! The true dragon looked at Su Zimo and Monkey. Even though he sensed Su Zimo's Grotto Heaven realm cultivation, there was no fear on his face. He sized them up with disdain and curled his lips. We dragons won't befriend weak foreign races like you. Who knows what you two foreign races are up to by sneaking into the dragon realm? That's right. The Divine Essence realm dragon sneered as well. Dragons don't have an old friend like you. How can a wild monkey and a human be worthy of befriending dragons? Su Zimo frowned as he listened. When did dragons become like this? Monkey had long disliked the two of them. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in and cursed, dragons are only so. Looking at your faces, I know that the rumors are true. Serves you right for your defeat. What did you say? This sentence immediately poked the Dragon Clan's sore spot, and the two Dragon Clan's expressions changed. Where did this wild monkey come from to behave atrociously in our dragon realm? Instantly, the true dragon's killing intent surged as he said coldly, the two of you are behaving suspiciously. I think you must be spies sent by the Wudong world. Before he finished his sentence, the true dragon had already attacked. Even with a Grotto Heaven king like Su Zimo beside him, the true dragon had no qualms. Bang! The moment the true dragon charged forward, he was sent flying by Monkey's punch. Spitting out blood, his hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely wretched state. After fusing 4 bloodlines, Monkey could suppress ordinary dragons in melee combat. With a shocked expression, the true dragon turned and retreated into the dragon realm without hesitation. The reason why he was fearless was because of the coiling dragon formation behind him. If he sensed that something was amiss, he could enter the formation by taking a step back. If an outsider were to barge into the dragon realm, they would definitely trigger the coiling dragon formation. Even a peak king would not be able to defend against the killing power of the coiling dragon formation, let alone an ordinary human. However, the moment the true dragon turned around, he caught sight of a person standing before him. It was that human. He was only a single step away from the dragon realm. But it was this one step's distance that he couldn't go back. The human did not attack and had a calm expression without any hostility. However, he felt an unstoppable pressure. He could not move at all in front of this human. The heavenly essence dragon was rooted to the spot with a panicked expression as well. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, Su Zimo said slowly with a gentle tone. For some reason, the two dragons felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts when they heard that. In front of this human, even their bloodlines that they were proud of seemed to be suppressed. How was that possible? Right then, the human said indifferently, head to the Qi Dragon region and inform Longli that Su Zhu is here to visit. Chapter 30-44. Su Zhu? Why does this name sound so familiar? The true dragon seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened as he blurted out, Sword Realm Su Zhu, the #1 true spirit. He was only a Kongming true dragon. He didn't have the chance to follow the Hui Dragon King to the celestial tribute realm, so he naturally hadn't seen Su Zimo before. However, Sword Realm Su Zhu had been too famous in the 3,000 worlds in recent years. She was even known as the #1 true spirit since ancient times. However, it was rumored that Su Zhu was the #1 true spirit, while the one in front of him was a cave heavenly king, so he didn't immediately react. Su Zimo didn't make things difficult for the two. He released the spiritual sense suppression on the two dragons and let them return to the dragon realm. The true dragon returned to the dragon realm, but his expression was still uncertain. He said in a deep voice, "I'm going to the Chi dragon realm now. If you continue to fool me, you will suffer the wrath of the dragons." Then, the two dragons took to the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The monkey looked at the backs of the two dragons. His anger still hadn't dissipated. He said indignantly, "Big brother, from the looks of it, those rumors weren't groundless. These dragons are indeed too arrogant." The so-called war between the dragons and the phoenixes was caused by these dragons. Su Zimo remained silent. Along the way, the two had heard many rumors. At some point, the dragons that had been hibernating in the dragon realm suddenly began to wage war. They conquered the surrounding realms of various sizes and suppressed other races. After all, the dragon realm was a super-large realm. Coupled with the strength of the dragons themselves, there were almost no realms or races that could contend against the dragons' armies. After the dragons conquered a realm, they would consider themselves the rulers and rule over the billions of beings in that realm. Under the constant conquest, the dragon realm's territory rapidly expanded. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts with the Wutong realm. These two were both super-large realms. Even though there had been conflicts in the past, both realms were wary of each other. Both realms would try their best to resolve the conflict. But this time, the Wutong realm's stance was also unusually strong. The conflict between the two sides escalated until a realm war finally broke out. Dragons were indeed one of the strongest races due to their powerful bloodline. However, this did not mean that dragons were nobler than other races. Although the human race was naturally weak, they had made up the majority of great emperors since ancient times. The butterfly race was even weaker, but in this era, Dai Yu had risen to power and intimidated all races. It was common for dragons to have a sense of superiority, even in Tianhuang mainland. But just now, the two dragons had shown too much hostility toward Su Zimo and his companion, and there was a kind of contempt that came from the bottom of their hearts. Su Zimo did not have much contact with the dragons of the 3,000 worlds. The only ones he had a good relationship with were Hui Dragon King and Long Li. At the very least, he didn't feel any sense of superiority from the two of them. The war between the dragons and the phoenixes was a sensitive period. There might be a reason for the two dragons' behavior. In any case, Su Zimo saw that the two dragons were too hostile and did not directly visit Long Li. Instead, he used Su Zhu's name to visit Long Li. Be it Su Zhu or Long Li, the two true spirits did not dare to be negligent. As expected. Not long after, Long Li rushed over from the dragon world. Although he looked tired, Long Li was pleasantly surprised when he saw Su Zimo. Before he came close, he waved his arm and shouted with a smile, "Big brother Su Zhu." Su Zimo also smiled and nodded, cupping his hands. "I hope Daoist Long Li won't take offense at my sudden visit. Big brother Su Zhu, you don't have to be so polite with me. I'll only be happy that you came to see me. Why would I take offense?" Long Li said, "As long as you're willing to come, I'll welcome you at any time." "This is..." Long Li turned to Monkey. Su Zimo said, "He's my sworn brother. His surname is Yuan." "Hello, big brother Yuan." Long Li called out and cupped his hands slightly, showing that he was very courteous. "Caw, caw." Monkey grinned when he heard that. "You're good too. You're pleasing to the eye and better at talking than the two little dragons earlier on." Monkey was still brooding about what happened earlier on. As though he heard something, Long Li frowned and asked, "Did Long Gui and Long Li make things difficult for you guys earlier on?" "It's not that difficult," Su Zimo waved it off nonchalantly. "It's just that they're hostile. It's understandable in the midst of a battle." Long Li had a complicated expression when he heard that and sighed gently. "Big brother Su, you guys should have heard some rumors about the battle of the dragon and phoenix when you came, right?" Su Zimo looked at Long Li's expression and asked in a deep voice, "Are those rumors true?" Long Li pursed his lips and nodded. Su Zimo was puzzled and asked with a frown, "Why do the dragons want to start wars and conquer other worlds? In fact, they even want to rule over and enslave other races?" For several eras, the dragons had not done something as such. Long Li said, "The dragons have always been in hibernation in the dragon world. Typically, they would not stir up trouble nor would any world dare to provoke them. However, thousands of years ago, a concept gradually emerged in the dragon world, and it became widespread. Among the myriad of living beings, the dragon race should be supreme, and the other races should be slaves. If they refuse to submit, they'll be killed." Su Zimo's heart sank when he heard that. From the looks of it, the reason why the true dragon called Long Gui was so hostile towards them was not because of the battle of the dragon and phoenix, but because of this. Su Zimo asked, "No one among the dragons stopped such a crazy idea?" At first, there were naturally some dragons who objected. Long Li shook his head and said, "However, these voices were gradually suppressed and this concept was indeed acknowledged by many dragons. Later on, there were no other voices." "Who suppressed it?" Su Zimo asked immediately. Long Li seemed to be wary as he looked around and pursed his lips without saying anything. Monkey sneered and said, "No wonder no world races are willing to help you dragons and even switch sides." Long Li did not say anything in the face of Monkey's mockery and merely smiled bitterly. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, "You'll probably cause some trouble for meeting us this time, right?" Long Li hesitated for a moment and said, "It's naturally unavoidable to attract some criticism. However, I'm the only supreme true spirit of the dragon world after all. Ordinary dragons won't dare to provoke me. Don't worry, Brother Su. With me leading the way, no one in the dragon world will dare to make things difficult for you guys." Long Li's confidence was not only because she was a supreme true spirit. The Chi Dragon King was behind her as well. The Chi Dragon King was one of the 5 dragon kings of the dragon world and guarded the Chi Dragon region. Be it in terms of status or combat strength, he was at the peak. "Brother Su, the reason why you're here is to take a look at Long Ran, right?" Long Li was extremely intelligent and quickly sensed Su Zimo's intentions. Yes, Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. "If possible, I'd like to take him away." During his conversation with Long Li earlier on, Su Zimo felt a hint of uneasiness. The situation of the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix was far more complicated than he had imagined. There were dangers in the dragon world as well. In fact, there was an indescribable sense of strangeness. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.